Test, testing, testing, testing.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 14th Board of Zoning Adjustment. First, I'd like to thank all staff members who are preparing cases on your behalf. They do a great job, and I want to thank them for that. Also, around the table, my fellow board members, we volunteer our time twice a month to hear your cases. We're all very experienced, so we kind of know what we're doing. And I want to thank them for their volunteerism and their time. We serve at the pleasure of our mayor. With that, Sarah, before we start to review cases, tell us about the rules of the day.
Sure. Good morning. I'll start by describing the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for everyone joining us today online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept a promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone line, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is announced by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you need to turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box online is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet on the podium or near the door. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, in person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public, needs to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We do have a long docket today, so we will be very strict about enforcing the time limits. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 3 p.m., and will be announced by the chair. And those are all of our procedures for today.
Thank you, Sarah. Before I hear testimonies, I'd like to swear in all city staff who will be presenting today. Could you please come to the microphones and turn on your cameras if you're doing it remotely? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name.
Sarah Copeland, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Liz Collins, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Thank you. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about continuances and or dismissals for today's cases.
So our continuances begin with docket item number 8, case CD BZA 2025-150, a request to appeal city staff's determination to require a special use permit for the establishment of indoor warehousing on about 5.2 acres generally located at 4840 East 12th Street. Staff requests a continuance to January 28th. Docket item number 12 is case CD BZA 2025-154, a request to approve a variance to the location and design requirements of vehicular use areas in residential districts to permit gravel on the subject site on about 1.89 acres generally located at 211 East 147th Street. Staff requests that this item be continued to February 11th. Docket item number 16 is case CD BZA 2025-176, a request to appeal several zoning violations related to an unpermitted use at the subject property on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 7616 Troost Avenue. The applicant requests continuance to February 11th with fee. Docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2025-181, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to an unregistered outdoor advertising sign on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 634 East 63rd Street. We request a continuance to March 11th. Docket item number 22.
Yeah, with fee, Sarah, excuse me.
That would be, well, I'll ask Anna. I'm honestly not sure. We'll come back to that.
Thank you.
And docket item number 22 is case CD BZA 2025-170, A request to appeal a zoning violation related to surface gravel parking lot on the subject site on about 0.111 acres, generally located at 2320 Summit Street. We would request continuance to March 11th. Is this with fee? No, that, number 18 is without fee. Number 22 is without fee. So those are all of the continuances.
Great. Thank you,
To
Sarah.
recap, number 8, number 12, number 16, number 18, number 22.
Great. Is there any public testimony on these continuances and or dismissals?
There are no hands raised online.
Great. Board members, I'll entertain motions on that and remember the ones with fee.
It was just number 16 with fee, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion on docket item 8. I move that on docket number 8, we continue the case until January 28th. On docket item 12, we continue the case until February 11th. On docket item 16, we continue the case to February 11th with fee. On docket item 18, we continue to March 11th. And on docket item 22, we continue to March 11th.
Great. Do I have a second on those, on that motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those matters are acted upon.
And then we have one dismissal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2025-163, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an unpermitted use at the subject site of an about half an acre, generally located at 2323 Indiana Avenue. We request this item be dismissed.
Do I have a motion for that item?
I move that we dismiss docket item 9.
Great. A second from someone?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That matter is acted upon. Sarah, call the first case.
First case is docket item number 1, case CD BZA 2025-168, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 4 feet on the subject site plus any additional variances on about 0.2 acres, generally located at 5616 East 27th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or come to the center desk if you are the applicant. Anyone else who would like to testify, please raise your hand online or come to the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no hands raised.
Hands raised. Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes,
Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Yolanda Clarkson.
Ma'am, can you please pull the second microphone over?
Yolanda Clarkson, 5616 East 27th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64127.
Thank you, Ms. Clarkson. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them for your hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by the fine gentleman to your left, Connor Tomlin.
All right, today we have docket number 1, CD BZA 2025-168, located at 5616 East 27th Street. This is an R2.5 zoning district, and the request is to grant a special exception in the amount of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard and street side yard, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself on the corner of 27th and Lawndale. This is the site plan you can see here, outlined in red where that fence exists. These next couple slides are just some photos of the fence that were submitted. The variance request is the special exception request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit that fence to be 6 feet in height on the subject site. That is a 50% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as imagery on Google Street View shows that a fence appears to have exceeded 4 feet in height at this location since at least May of 2008. That said, existence out of compliance for significant time still does not override Chapter 27 requirements, though it is something that is worth noting. The difficulty could be obviated by reducing the fence to the compliant height of 4 feet in the front and street side yards. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Can I see a picture of the fence one more time? Is that a solid fence or is it pickets?
Yes.
Solid, okay. All right. Ms. Clarkson, why should we, first of all, any questions of staff from board? Seeing none? Oh, go ahead.
Can we clarify the portion of the fence that must be 4 feet?
Yes. So here, this is the section here that uh, would need to be 4 feet. I believe, Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, the current interpretation is, was it all the way through the lot on the street side, or was it to the back wall of the home? Okay, so if you could see where my mouse is right now on the screen, here, let me share my screen really quick for those online. So right here where my mouse is, anything behind that can remain 6 feet. Everything else in front of it has to be 4 to be compliant.
So to be compliant with that special exception, she could have everything behind the face of her house 6 feet. She could even connect it from the house to that fence.
Yeah,
But
so
everything in
everything,
front of that would need to be 4 feet or less.
right. So everything behind that back wall of the home there is allowed to be 6 feet.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Ms. Clarkson, why should we approve your request today? And get the microphone closer. Sorry, thank you.
I request the exception based on the pool and the safety of the public and myself. I'm a retired individual, and I do that for security. We are living in a very dangerous, deteriorating area. 60% rental properties that are not kept well. And I do that so that no one will be hurt or harmed by either trespassing and getting over the fence and maybe in the pool.
All right, thank you. Have you lived there for a long time, Ms. Clarkson?
I've lived there 31 years, and the fence existed before I moved in.
Right.
And 5 years prior to that, my sister lived there, and the fence was there before her.
Thank you.
So this is a 36-year-old fence.
Yeah,
At least.
I stain it.
Hmm.
I did replace a section with the storm in 2023 in July. A tree fell on it and it weakened it, so I had to replace it.
Right.
It looks nice.
Thank you.
Did this come through some sort of complaint?
Yeah, it was a code compliance case that came through, and that's how they connected her with me to go through this process.
Well, you've had it for a long time, so
Yes, sir.
that's good. Board members, any other questions, comments? There was no other testimony, was there, Sarah? Thank you.
Well, that is in the front yard, just on the
It's
section there, right?
relatively 25 feet from the 27th Street side and 12 feet from the Lawndale side, from the curb.
Yeah, thank you.
Board members, any other comments? As you recall, this is a simple majority on the fence case.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not a fan of imposing rules for rules' sake when it has not seemed to clearly impact the neighborhood for 36 years. So So I'm sympathetic, although it's not very common, particularly for that front yard portion to get approved. I'm a bit more sympathetic to that side yard, but I don't know, it's tough.
Chair, I have a motion.
Oh, thank you. Gonzalo?
In the matter of CDBZA 2025-00168, docket item number 1, I move that we approve the request for a special exception to the permits.
Yep. So I have a motion and a second.
Gorens,
I'm,
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion or your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, sirs. and
Have a good
ma'am.
day.
You have a great week.
Docket item number 2. This case CD BZA 2025-193. A request to approve a variance and a special exception for the size of the lot and the height of a fence in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in an R 2.5 zoning district on about 0.21 acres generally located on the west side of Wabash Avenue between East 38th Street and East 39th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. The applicant here, you please come up to the center desk. There are no other hands raised online.
Thank you. Have a seat, Mr. Taylor.
How you doing this morning?
Doing well. Thank you, sir.
the same force. Taylor?
Yeah, single line. Please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. James Taylor, 3808 Wabash Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64109.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You can admit.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by the lovely lady to your left, Miss Stephanie. So tell us about the case.
Hi, good morning. I have docket item number 2, CDBCA 2025-193, located on 3808 Wabash Avenue, Zone R-2.5, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to the maximum permitted lot size. They're wanting to consolidate the adjacent lots. It's 3808 through 3814 Wabash Avenue with the subject site. Sorry, I said 3804. A special exception to the height of, and also a special exception to the height of a fence in the front yard. Right, so here is the subject site right in the middle of the city. And so this is 3808 Wabash. And in the next slide, all of these lots, so 3804 to 3814, are to be consolidated. And Mr. James Taylor owns all of these lots already. And so just a little quick recap about the infill residential standards. So they were approved back in January of 2023, applies to neighborhoods annexed by the city before 1954. And this is just to ensure any developments, and of course, like this includes the lots are consistent with the fabric of the established neighborhood. And so the context area is all lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same side of the street. And basically for this case in particular, so the lot area and the lot width shall be between 75% to 150% of the average of all the lots in the context area. And these were just like the calculations that I had made. So the lot width range is 26.25 feet to 52.5 feet, and the lot area is about 3,300 square feet to 6,700 square feet. And so we have a few variances before you today. So the first one is a variance of 16,326.75 square feet to the infill residential standards to permit a lot area of 23,097 square feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is about a 2,400% change. And so a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated only because per review analyzing parcel viewer, the other properties don't have such a big lot area. And then consolidating the 4 lots would abate one of the outstanding zoning violations for an accessory building that is crossing property lines and doesn't have a principal structure on the lot. But the building could be moved to 3808 Wabash. So this is site plan again. So this is the accessory structure I mentioned. And then this is also just showing this side of Wabash would be the western side of Wabash, showing those houses within the context area, or those lots, I mean. Variance request B is a variance of 87.5 feet to the infill residential standards to permit a lot width of 140 feet on the subject site. This is a 166% change. And then again, the change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated just because the other lots are not as wide. And then same as before, the consolidation would abate one of the outstanding zoning violations. And then this is just the same photos, just to show the width this time. Variance request C is a variance of 280 square feet to the accessory building standards to permit a 480 square foot shed on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is 140% change. A character to the neighborhood is anticipated because, again, looking at parcel viewer, at least to staff's knowledge, we did not see, or I did not see any other accessory structures that exceeded that 200 square foot maximum footprint, and then the building could be reduced in size to meet those requirements. And here is that building again. And then this is the last variance. Well, actually, the last request for this time is a special exception of 2 feet to the fences and wall standards to permit a fence height of 6 feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 50% change. And then looking at Google Street View, it does not seem that other of the residential properties have 6-foot fences in the front yard. And then can the difficulty be obviated? So the fence could be moved behind the front building line of the existing house, but there is a gas meter right on that front line of the building. I'll show you a picture in a minute. So the fence would block it, but the height could be reduced to 4 feet to meet the requirements. And the taller height preference can be substituted through landscaping, which would also provide privacy. So this is the fence. And more photos of the fence. It has a gate for the cars to enter. And then this is the gas meter. So if the fence, this is a gas meter. If the fence is put right to the building line, it would it would be compliant basically, but then it blocks this utility. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Stephanie. Questions of Ms. Saldari? So just so I'm clear, he's doing a lot consolidation of all these other lots into one lot, into one address.
Correct.
Board members? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Taylor, why should we grant your request today?
There's a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah. it
Okay, the
is.
fence. There's a lot of things. Let's start with the fence first. I mean, that fence been up there for almost 30 years. Just move the fence back a couple feet. I mean, it's very rough. It's a lot of rock, none but rock on that all the way through. And I would have to get a backhoe, dig a trench from one corner of my house all the way from 3804 all the way to 3814 just to move the fence. And then I'm concerned about the gas meter right there on the corner and the gas meter on the gas line on the neighbor's side, which, he's not doing much with his house. But anyway, it'll be so much rock. The terrain is so terrible in there. Then number two, before I put the fence up, close to 30 years ago, people running from the police, always running through my yard. And if you say something to them, they got pistols. They want to shoot you, stuff like that. It's real dangerous, I used to have a lot of traffic come through my yard, and now they built that Aldi's right there on the corner. And then without that fence being there, they're going to be walking up through my property from Olive going to Aldi's. And then I got to constantly be watching my property, That's number two. But it's just been there so long, and it's just such a safety in the neighborhood. Even my neighbor Troy, that lived right down the hill from me, he had that same problem too before that fence went up. Matter of fact, he helped me put the fence up. And it's been safer there living there, and they just looting, stealing stuff out of my yard. Because back in the days, I had a permit to run a painting company out of there. That's how that shed got over there. I store my painting equipment and everything in that little shed over there. Then number two is on the lot size. I mean, taxes is really getting high over there. And so I thought maybe I could get a little break on taxes by just consolidating it all into one address. So basically, that's pretty much all I have to say about all that. It's up to you. It's in you guys' hands.
Right. Okay, board members, questions of Mr. Taylor?
Based off the satellite imagery, the fence appears pretty close to the front face of the house. Is it like behind the porch, or?
It's tied even with the pillars, the pillars on the front.
Okay.
And back in the days, I don't think they was even concerned about, I don't know about a code thing back in the days. I figure I got it back further enough from the sidewalk so to make the yard look very nice with nice grass, So you have to go back at least about 3 feet. 3.5 feet to the corner of the house if we're gonna move it or cut it down. Take it down and make a shorter fence, but then they'll be jumping over that. They run from the police. The first thing they do, they run through there and try to escape down on Olive. And that used to be a real bad neighborhood when I first moved there. It wasn't that nice to live there, but we made I helped make the neighborhood a lot safer and a lot better. Everybody on the block know each other. The elders that's on the block, you know what I mean? I try to keep the neighborhood up.
Did you mention how old that shed is?
About 25 years.
And I guess the question for Stephanie, my understanding is you can't have 6-foot fences on empty lots. Would this been out of compliance prior to the lot consolidation anyway?
So Yeah, so it's basically like the same for non-vacant lots, like it still needs to meet like the 4 feet on the front. Yeah, so it still would have been out of compliance back when it was built.
And the accessory structure probably also would have been out of compliance then as well, right?
Yeah, it does need, yeah, I would have, not sure what the footprint standards were back in chapter 80, but it still would have need a permit.
Yeah. So basically, we have a number of things out of compliance, and they only came to us because of he wanted to consolidate his lots and
It looks, there was, a complaint, on 311, and
Hmm.
that's how Mr. James came to us.
And the complaint was for the fence?
Yeah.
Do you know of any neighbors that have any issues with your fence?
None of them. I pretty much cut all their yards during the summertime, you know what I mean? Keep the neighborhood up, keep trash picked up from that supermarket, always getting trash from Aldi's, you know what I mean? Trying to keep the neighborhood look good. Just cut a leaning tree down off the street, you know, that was leaning in the street. Big, you know, the trucks from Aldi's come through and just always hitting the tree. So I went out there over the weekend and cut the tree out of the street, you know, and I still need to cut it all the way down to the ground, you know, 'cause if wintertime came and all the ice got on that tree was already leaning, I didn't want it, I didn't want it out in the street, and it would have knocked the light out. And plus you guys got those cameras that detect bullets, shots on the pole, and the tree ever came down, it would have took that whole pole out. Oh, like I say, I'm in your hands.
Is it all gravel in the back?
Not all of it, some of it. A lot of it is.
You don't operate a business out of there now?
No. I'm working on grass now.
maybe this is a minor question, Stephanie, but what qualifies as the footprint of the structure, and why is that front porch not a portion?
I was thinking, you enclosed it.
Yeah, like
Wait, what's the question?
so front yard,
Uh-huh,
fence in the front yard.
yeah.
I don't think a layman would describe this as like in the front yard. And so I'm curious, like, why the front face of the house would be considered at the door rather than at the end of the porch.
Hypothetically speaking, if the front porch was
Enclosed.
enclosed,
Mhm.
would that now become the front of the house?
Yeah, because it would be enclosed and that would be like the front building, but yeah, because it's like a deck is not the back line of the house.
Sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, the position of the fence doesn't really bother me.
I agree.
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalo. Actually, Tur, sorry.
In the matter 00193, I move that we approve the 3 requested variances in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
And the
Docket number 2.
and the special exception, there was 3 variances.
I guess 2 different motions, one for special exception, one for variances.
It can be one motion.
Cam?
Okay.
Cam?
Mhm.
Then I will add the special exception to the same motion.
Second.
Motion and a second, Sarah?
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Thank you for
Thank you
coming.
very much.
Sure.
Keep
Now,
saying it.
now I can go paint it. Soon the weather get nice.
Have a good one.
Hope you guys have a blessed day.
Do the same.
I'm gonna email. I'll email.
Docket item number 3 is case CD BZA 2025-194. A request to approve a variance to the accessory building standards to permit a smaller setback on the subject site, plus any other needed variances in an R2.5 zoning district on about 0.11 acres generally located at 5120 East 23rd Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online, or approach the microphone on the podium, or come be seated at the center desk to be sworn in.
Good morning.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
Yes, I do, Jose, and the address is 5120 is on 23rd.
Right. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1 to 10. Sorry, I've got to get to them. And 1 to 11, excuse me. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
I don't have no questions.
Okay. Okay to admit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Saldari. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
All right, we got docket item number 3, CDBCA 2025-194, located on 5120 East 23rd Street, Zone R-2.5. And the applicant seeks to obtain several variances to an accessory structure on a vacant lot. The existing building used to be a commercial building in the 1940s and has since been renovated without permits and converted into an accessory building, and I will get into that in my presentation. So here is the subject site, again, more in like the middle of the city. And then this is the subject site here. And this property is also owned by Mr. Jose. And then just to let you know, since these images were taken, the vehicles have been removed for Inspector Dodge. And then this is from Google Street View. So this is what that structure looks like. And then this is the site plan of that building. It's all the way up to the front property line, basically, and the side property lines. And then the house that here has been since demolished. So a little bit of case history. So there is record that the building has been in existence since 1925. A photo from the 1940 tax assessment shows it used to be a corner store. The use has since been abandoned and the building has been heavily altered without permits. So if that building, which we have no record of, but if it had any legal nonconformist status, it's no longer valid. And then the zoning violation was filed in July of 2025 for the vehicles being stored on both lots. And so, and then it brought up like the building and those violations. And that's how Mr. Jose is with us today. This is a map from the 1925 zoning code, and it shows that building here. And then this is, just a little history lesson from the 1940s, the corner store. And then since then, at some point, this is from the 2012 parcel viewer map. Another addition was made looking to connect that building to the house. And then this is what it looked like on Google Street View, and it looks like the height was probably lowered. And then at some point it was altered again to look with like the roof pitch was altered. And then this structure here has been taken down since, in the house as well. So, request A is a variance to the accessory building standards to permit an accessory building on the vacant lot without a principal structure on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this would be a complete deviation. And then this does change the character of the neighborhood because to staff's knowledge, in looking at parcel viewer, other nearby properties are not occupied by a similar accessory structure. Could the difficulty be obviated? One option would be to demolish the building. The other option would be to convert it into a house with the proper permitting, but it would still need variances to the setbacks. Or it could have a new principal structure built on the same lot to meet this requirement, but then you would need a variance for an accessory structure in the front yard. And then adding to that, so like I said before, this building has been in existence since at least 1925. It was a commercial building based on the 1940 tax assessment photo, and it used to be the principal structure. But since then, it has been heavily modified without the proper permits. It was expanded to be attached to the house on the lot north of it, then separated and used as an accessory structure. And then due to the significant amount of alterations and change in use, this building does not qualify for a legal nonconforming status and must meet the current accessory structure standards. Variance request B is a variance of 585.87 square feet to the accessory building standards to permit a footprint of 785.87 square feet on the subject site. This is a 292% change. And then again, change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So while the building was originally used for a commercial purpose, it is not being used that way anymore. Again, no legal nonconforming status. So the size does not meet the requirements for an accessory structure, and per parcel viewer, other nearby houses do not seem to have any accessory buildings of such size. And then with the proper permitting, the building could be reduced in size to meet the footprint requirements. Variance request C is a variance to the required setbacks for accessory structures to permit a front setback of 0.4 feet on the east side of the lot on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of neighborhood is anticipated, and the building would need to be moved to the back of the lot or demolished. And then again, reiterating, it had a commercial use. It is not being used like that anymore. No CLNU attached to it. And then per parcel viewer, other nearby houses do not have an accessory structure in the front yard, plus the very small setback of 0.4 feet make this building look out of place with the neighborhood. And this is showing this right here. There, 0.4 feet. Variance request D. Okay, almost there. Variance of 0.8 feet to the required setbacks for accessory structures to permit a side setback of 0.7 feet on the north side of the lot of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 53% change. Again, character of the neighborhood change is anticipated. And then again, it has been in existence, but heavily modified without the proper permitting. And due to the significant amount of alterations and change in use, it does not qualify for legal nonconforming status. It must meet the current accessory structure standards. The building will need to be reduced in size to meet the setback. And then this is that property line, the dashed line, and that is that current setback. There is two more. So variance request E is a variance of 14.3 feet to the required setbacks for an accessory structure to permit a street side setback of 0.7 feet on the south side of the lot of the subject site. This is a 95% change. Again, change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. And the building, again, will need to be reduced in size to meet the side setback. This is just showing that side setback. And since this is a corner lot, it needs to be 15 feet back instead of 1.5 feet. Variance request F. So last one is a variance of 7 feet to the accessory building standards to permit a height of 17 feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 70% change. And then as a reminder, the maximum height is 10 feet. And then, so looking at the photo of the original building from the 1940 tax assessment, the building seemed to be 2 stories, but it has since been reconstructed to be a 1-story building. And as I shown before, the roof has been changed from a flat roof to an angle roof. None were done with building permits. And then the building would need to be demolished or reduced in size to meet the height requirements. And then I also wanted to mention, Mr. Jose bought the property like this. So at some point between 1940 and when he bought this property recently, all these alterations were made. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Do we have questions of Ms. Soderi, board members? All right, Mr. Flores, you're asking for a lot from us today. Tell us
Yeah,
why,
that's right.
why should we grant your request, sir?
I mean, I just feel like it's gonna be better for the community since it's a lot of vacant properties around the area.
Mr. Flores, what do you plan to use the structure for?
I just wanted just for like storage, just personal storage, nothing commercial.
Okay.
And I was thinking about using the other because there's 2 addresses. It's not just 23rd. It's 2. I was thinking about building a house next door again.
The next door house is vacant? I mean, the next
Yeah,
door
it's
lot's
vacant as right now.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Is this one?
Yeah.
Share your share
Yeah.
your screen, Stephanie. Sorry. Thank you.
So you own both lots.
Yes.
The north one is, because this is old imagery,
Yeah.
but the north one is vacant. And the
Correct.
south one you're using as storage, essentially.
That's right.
So you do live in the other house?
There is no house.
It was demolished
Yeah.
after this imagery was taken from a fire, I believe.
Is there a reason you don't want to convert that smaller building that currently exists into a home?
I mean, like she mentioned, it would have to be resized or moved back. And to move it back, I think is almost impossible.
All those vehicles are gonna be gone, or are they gone now?
No vehicles.
Yeah, they've been, I confirmed it with his inspector, Inspector Dodge.
Even the fence is lower.
Personally, I think variance request C, D, E, and F. Basically the stuff that would require demolition to remedy without it, I think is very reasonable. No sense in making you knock down a building because it's at the property line when it's been there for like 100 years. So But having it be an accessory structure as the primary use, I'm less sure about. Those are my current thoughts.
You just have a lot of, it's like a storage house on a residential lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been built like that since, like she mentioned, I think
How long have you owned it, Mr. Flores?
like 6 years.
And back when you purchased it, the house was existing,
That's right.
and then there was a fire or
There was
something.
a fire, then I renovated it. I didn't know you need a special permits, then it was demolished.
So the home is now completely gone.
It's gone.
The north one.
Yeah,
the-
yeah, the north one, right. But the accessory unit's still there. So,
So sorry, maybe I missed this. What is the purpose of keeping the accessory building then? Because I think I heard you say you're not going to build another house on the property.
No, I mean, I want to. So what I'm planning on doing is making the two lots into one property and then building a house again on the north location. So I can keep it basically as a garage.
And then it would be basically in the front yard.
And when do you plan on building that house?
I mean, it would take some time. I mean, like a year or so.
Could we do like a temporary, like maybe 2 years? Is that something that's possible? Do 2 years and have him come back once the house is built, maybe readdress this issue so we can ensure that everything else is compliant?
I remember we've given up to 1 year. Yes.
It might be a good time to go into a closed session to discuss legal advice.
I'd make a motion to go to closed session
Pursuant to you have
pursuant to the, yeah, I don't have the sheets on it.
Number one at the top.
very top.
Pursuant to section 610.0211.
Second.
Call the roll?
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
You got to do according to the.
Oh, I move that we come out of closed session according to section 610.021 parens 1 RSMO.
Thank you. I do have a second from Mr. Meyer.
Gorens.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're out of closed session. We had some discussions back in the back. I, for one board member, are very concerned that if we grant these variances today, nothing's going to happen. You're going to have that same storage, you're going to have a bunch of cars back there, and it's out of our control at that point. But that's just my opinion. Other board members may have other opinions, and then we may come up with a motion here. So,
Mr. Flores, I'm just one board member, but I also share some of those concerns.
Mhm.
So I want to ask you a question before we go through all the motions of this. If we were to continue your case for, let's say, a year, would you be able to come back in about a year and provide the board with kind of either plans for a house or be able to show that you've made significant strides towards building a house on the property? Because I think what you've heard today, and again, this is just my understanding, but the accessory structure question really is going to be impacted by whether or not there's going to be a house on the property.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so if that's something you think you can do, then I have a motion.
go ahead.
In the matter of 00194, docket number 3, I move we continue this matter for 1 year.
I have a motion. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, in order for the applicant to have time to address the board's concerns.
I have a motion from Mr. Ventura,
Second.
second from Mr. Meyer.
Gorens.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
No. We'll see you in a year. And hopefully the house will be started and maybe even
Yeah, for
complete.
sure. We have engineer drawings and everything.
That's good. We'll see you in a
In
year.
the meantime, please take care of the property.
For sure.
No
Yeah,
cars.
thank you.
Docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2025-202, a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway and a garage visible from the street, plus any other necessary variances on about 1/10 of an acre generally located at 4138 Virginia Avenue. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or come to the desk or the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. If you're the applicant and you're in person, when we call your case, you can come up and be seated. We do have one hand raised online also. Erica Hartley, I will promote you to panelist.
But I'll swear you in just a minute. We're waiting for Erica.
Erica, please turn on your camera and microphone so you can be sworn in.
Okay.
Erica, you're interested in this case, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please state I do or I don't, along with your name and address. Erica, let's start with you first.
Sure. I do. Erica Hartley, 2125 West 51st Street, Mission Woods, Kansas, 66205.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I do. Yes, Ryan Holt, 4138 Virginia Avenue.
Thank you.
I do. Kaylee Holtz, 4138 Virginia Avenue.
Thank you, Ryan and Kaylee. Who's speaking on the case, Ryan or Kaylee?
Can we both?
Yeah, you both can speak,
Okay.
but I'm going to ask someone a question.
Go,
here.
you can go first.
Okay, Ryan will be the man. And pull the microphone closer to you, Ryan, so the court reporter can hear you. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
No questions, yes, you do.
Thank you. Part of the presentation by Liz, please tell us about the case.
All right. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Up before you, we have docket item number 4, CDBZA 2025-00202, which is located at 4138 Virginia Avenue, which is currently zoned R1.5. The applicant is seeking to obtain a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to be able to build a new single-family dwelling with an attached front-loading garage and a front-loading driveway. So here is a map of the general location of the site. It is in the Manheim Park neighborhood. Here's a closer view of the property in question. It is it is currently an undeveloped lot, but here are the proposed site plans for the single-family house the applicant is wanting to build on his property. I've highlighted the proposed driveway in the red and then the general outline of the house is in blue. Here are some photos from the applicant of the exterior of the lot. And a little bit closer, you can see that there's currently a stone retaining wall and some stairs that lead up to the undeveloped property. The photo on the right was also submitted by the applicant, and it shows a couple of neighbors in the site's context area that have the one on the leftmost has a garage, and the this house in the middle also is not considered to have a garage because it is there's a wooden board in front of it, so it's considered non-functional. So just a quick review of the infill residential development standards. They were effective as of January 2023 and are applicable to any neighborhoods that were annexed by the city before 1954. They basically are in place to ensure that any new residential dwellings that are built in them are built to the physical character and context of the surrounding neighborhood rather than the city's conventional lot and building standards. So this case specifically looks at the infill vehicular use standards. Like I kind of mentioned before, the context area for this property is all lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face. And in this property's context area, there are only 3 properties that have any sort of residential building on them. So there are 2 different parts of the code that we are looking at with these 2 variances. The first is for the driveway. Basically, the code says that when an improved alley is not present, driveways from the street shall only be permitted when 51% or more of the homes in the infill residential context area have a driveway from that same street. And there are none of the other houses in this context area have a driveway present. As for the garage, attached garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of the homes in the infill context area have attached garages visible from the street. And kind of like I said earlier, only 33% of the homes in this context area have a front-loading garage. So based on the calculations that staff performed when the application to build was first submitted, neither driveways nor front-loading garages would be permitted for this property. With that, variance request A is a variance to the infill residential development vehicular use standards to permit a driveway from the street on the subject site per approved site plan. This would be considered a complete deviation from the requirement, as the requirement only allows it if there are a certain amount of houses on the street that have it. And this would be also considered a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood, as there are some houses on the other side of the street that do have driveways, but none of the houses in the property's context area have a driveway. And staff believe that the difficulty could be avoided by not building a driveway, as there looks to be street parking on both sides of the road. For variance request B, a variance to the infill residential development standards to permit a front-loading garage on the subject site per approved site plan. This one would also be considered a complete deviation for similar reasons to the first variance. And again, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since only 33% of the houses within this property's context area possess a garage that is visible from the street. And again, staff note that this difficulty could be obviated by not building a garage. And then just to quickly go over the variance review criteria. Criteria A is that strict application of this zoning code would result in unnecessary hardship. The applicant claims that the lot is substantially narrower at 33 feet in width than the typical lots in the surrounding area. And while this is a narrow width that does limit the building configurations, many of the other lots on this block face are also 33 feet in width. And so the property is not necessarily unique in this case. The applicant also noted that this block has no alley, which eliminates the most common alternative to a front-loading access garage. And thus, with no secondary access point and the lot's narrow width, a home cannot be reasonably constructed without a front-loading garage. Staff agrees that because the block has no alley, they cannot do a rear access garage. But staff still believes that a home can be constructed on this property without a garage, as a garage is not necessarily required for a detached dwelling unit. Review criteria B is that the zoning variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. So like I kind of mentioned earlier, the infill standards ensure that any new residential dwellings are built to the fabric of the neighborhood. And this variance will inherently change the character of this block face. And then review criteria C, the zoning variance will result in substantial justice being done for both the public and the individual. Basically, if these variances are approved, both the garage and driveway variance will set future precedent for any similar scenarios when we're looking at new builds in an infill zone that also meet those same aspects. Denial of these variances would just require the applicant to revise their plans and resubmit. So, and with that is the end of my presentation. I will now take any questions from the board.
Board members, any questions, Ms. Collins? So the house, there's a picture in your staff report, the very last one. It looks like it's an underground garage, so to speak.
Are you looking at this photo on the right?
Yes, thank you. So that appears to be a garage. Do we know if it is or not, or?
This one?
Yeah.
Yes, that one is a garage. That is the 33% that does have a garage.
All right.
And I can also make a quick note that while it does have a garage, it doesn't have a driveway, and this is because the garage meets the property line, so it just goes immediately onto the street.
Right. I kind of see a curb cut there, though, of some sort, so.
Yes, yeah, or into the public right away. So.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right. Any other questions of staff? All right, Mr. and Mrs. Holt, why should we grant your request today?
We feel that the having a garage and driveway would be within character of the area, within the 200-foot context of our house. 4 of the lots are vacant, and so there's a lot of vacant lots on that side of the street. And as you can see, 2 of them within that context. Well, one has a garage. One of them, I think it used to have a garage, so they boarded it up. And so we do feel like it does follow the character of the neighborhood as well. There's 11 lots on that side of the street. If you're considering all of them, 6 of them are vacant. 5 of them have houses. Of the 5 that have houses on them, 2 of them have garages. Well, I guess 1.5 have garages. And then one of them also has our carport on it as well. So we don't feel like it would stand out too much in the area as well.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add that as the lot stands or stood currently when we purchased it, it was very overgrown. And we feel that adding a house would benefit the neighborhood as a whole, whether or not it has a garage. We specifically will be living there and feel personally that for our personal security, we find a garage to be necessary. We also feel it would be adding benefit to the neighborhood, pulling street parking, off the street. If you've driven through that road, it does get pretty narrow with cars packed on both sides. I feel a garage is a better alternative to, forcing more parking on the street or on the grass, which is pretty common in that area as well. Overall, we want to be part of that neighborhood. We really love it. I think that the sample size of the context area taken was pretty limited considering the neighborhood as a whole. And as Ryan said, if you look at the street with 11 lots on it, a good chunk of them do have a garage. And if you look at the Manheim Park neighborhood, which I feel is a more accurate sampling size, a lot of them can be found with the garage and driveway as well. And that's our argument.
No, you're good. I'd like to get Erica's comments too. And
Sure.
then we'll open it up to questions. Hello, Miss Erica. Please tell us your
Hi.
concerns.
Good morning. No, I don't have concerns. In fact, I'm very much in favor of the project. I've been consulting as a development consultant on this project for the Holtz. Could I ask the planner, Ms. Collins, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the vicinity map? I think it might be helpful to just look at that briefly, just to sort of put two new construction homes into context as well. And I'm not sure like how that's drawn, if those wouldn't be considered in the context area. But if you take a look, so on the south side of the property, that home that looks like a white box, it's very rectangular home. That's a new construction that was built in 2023 and does have a front-loaded garage as well as a driveway. And so that one was granted the variance in 2023 or prior to that, prior to construction. And then as well as across the street, you can see up there just three so on the, I guess, we're looking at the east side of the street. Yep, three up from that on the north side. Northeast of that, there is also a new construction, which was around 2023, 2024, which was granted a driveway and a front-loaded garage, new construction. And so I think it's just important to, and I heard Ryan say it, and I actually heard the planner say it as well, that the data is a little bit skewed because there are so many vacant lots. So while yes, only 33% of the homes in the context area have front-loaded garages, including some older homes which have been retrofitted with garages and new constructions which have been built with front-loaded garages and driveways. It's just a little bit skewed because there are so many vacant lots. So in this area, them adding another new construction with a front-loaded garage and driveway, although it currently is at 33%, I think it's just being skewed a little bit because of the vacancies. And like I said, I think the two houses that were newly constructed within the last 2 years that have received the variances are just important to note that seems to be the new construction character. As well as if you look on the very west side of the map, there are new construction homes where you can see driveways in there. So although those probably weren't included in their overall Manheim neighborhood and new construction, there are lots of driveways and front-loaded garages because of the narrow lots, that having a side-loaded garage or going around to the back and doing a rear-loaded garage is very challenging with the narrow widths.
Thank you, Erica.
You're welcome.
And this board, I mean, we've all been on it for a while, so we've definitely given variances to front-loading garages. There was a developer who I think did 4 or 5 of them at one time, and I can't remember the locations, but it's in your general area, as I recall. Mr. and Mrs. Holt, did you speak with the neighbors, either one of the two neighbors, or those rental properties, or real people in them, or what's going on?
Yeah, we know our neighbor just to the north. Her name is Dorothy as well. And she's actually wants a driveway on her property. I work for a construction company that does concrete. And she's like, hey, could you guys give me a bid to give me a driveway on my lot? So she actually wants a driveway. And so yeah, we've talked with her before, and we do have support from the neighborhood. And we actually have Bill here from the neighborhood as well, and he's in support too. So yeah.
Right.
Have we verified, or do we know for sure that these other construction houses in the neighborhood were given variances for their driveways?
I have not verified that, so.
I will note the context area, very specifically in the ordinance, is property located on the same block face. So properties that are around the corner or a block over would not be considered part of the context area for this property.
Oh, what about that street that's across the house to the north? It looks like it has a driveway in the front of its house. Was that considered?
The same block face. It's got to be the same.
So it
side
has
of
to be on the
street.
same side of the
Same
street.
street,
Yeah,
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
This might be a weird question, but I'm having a hard time visualizing a driveway here. There's quite a grade change.
Yeah.
How's that going to work?
Yeah, so we're gonna have to excavate it out and put retaining on the sides. We have a 5-foot retaining wall that'll run out about halfway up to the street.
And it
that
would
will-
essentially be like a basement garage then.
Right. Yeah.
With how many levels on top of that?
2 levels. So it'll be You
There
have the
are-
basement and 2 levels.
There are other houses I've seen with it. They're like carriage house garages that essentially go down. And you guys have a plan for dealing with the water and all that kind of issues that come along with those kind of houses?
We do, yeah. Hmm.
Do you happen to bring any drawing or blueprint of the house?
I can show you on my phone if you'd like to see it. We've
That'd
got,
be nice to see what you're
yeah, I mean,
finishing.
I'll have to admit that as an exhibit. And you need to send that to Liz as part of her case file.
Okay, can do that.
In fact, it'd probably be easier to show it on here if you can get it.
Yeah,
get
we
it to
could.
Liz
Yeah,
quickly.
Right now.
yeah, let me just,
So we can speed this case along.
that'd be great.
Okay, I got to swear you in if you're going to give testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address, or I don't.
I do. Bill Drummond, 4145 Forest Avenue in the Manheim Park neighborhood.
Great. Tell us your concerns today, sir.
I'm very much in favor of this because it would fit within the character and the context of the area. I've lived in the area and owned my house for 13 years. I've been on the Truce Corridor for 15 years. And a short history that would address multiple questions I just heard here was who was the developer that several years ago started doing new build in the area and was improving the area and asked for variances for garages and driveways and such. And that was Elevate Design Build. They've done a good job. No complaint with what they've done. And they've met all the requirements of building to city building specs. So what Elevate was really doing was following what the historical precedent of the neighborhood was. So in the context of our hilly neighborhood, we're very topography challenged. And where this young couple wants to build the home for them to live in is a very steep incline. And so really the only way to address a usable garage space would be to literally go into the earth and basically go subterranean with that garage, which on that same street, 3 or 4 other houses, legacy houses that have been there over 100 years, they also did the exact same thing. They went into the ground with their garages. And so historically, it matches the context of our neighborhood. And in context, most of the area around where they're building is vacant. Why is it vacant? Is because over the years, there was never an economic incentive for somebody to come in and build a new build house. And here is this young couple who came here from another state, bought a lot in our neighborhood to build their own home. This is exactly what we should be encouraging in the city. So I would like to support their reasoning for a in-ground garage.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. I appreciate your testimony today. Board members? Questions, comments, motions?
Yeah, I was like, I haven't received the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, the picture of the house, sorry.
I mean, as one board member, if it looks pretty close to those adjacent properties, I'd be sympathetic and I think really what the character is there is that covered aspect to it. I think it would look quite nice if it looked kind of like that. Yeah.
I agree.
Try it from my phone.
Okay, pull this back up.
You can see on the left side of this drawing, we have a 5-foot retaining wall on the side of the house. Additionally, the floor of the garage is about 3 feet higher than the street level, and so it will be a slight incline there as well. We have drainage and other things planned for it. So you can see the retainage and how it will go into the hill there. And if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see the grade line on the elevations of the home. If you go down a little bit further, right there, yeah. So that picture on the right, you can see the grade of the dirt there.
We've given these before. Is that good, Tom? Okay, great.
Good.
I have a motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ventura.
In the matter of 00202, I move that we grant the variances in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
Second. I've got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you
you.
for coming
Appreciate it.
before us.
Welcome to Kansas City.
Thank you.
Board's still good if we can continue on, I think. Keep on. Thank you.
Docket item number 5 is case CD BZA 2025-173. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence at a height greater than 4 feet on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres generally located at 3944 Askew Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no hands raised.
Hands raised. Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Teresa Smith. My address is 2839 Benton Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? If not, we need to admit them to hear your case.
I have no objections other than I don't know what they are.
They're standard exhibits, but
Okay.
I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
I have no objections.
okay.
Thank you.
Part of that is a presentation by the lady to your left, Ms. Stephanie Saldari.
Okay, we got docket item number 5, CDBCA 2025-173 on 3944 Askew Avenue, zone R-2.5, and then the applicant seeks to obtain a special exception to permit an already constructed 6-foot fence on the street side yard of the subject site. So here is the location of the subject site. And highlighted in yellow is that site. Here is a photo of the fence, and there should be more in the staff report. And then so the special exception request is a variance of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence on the street side yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 50% change. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So the adjacent corner lots to this site don't have 6-foot fences per Google Street View, and the fence could be reduced to 4 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Stephanie? All right, Ms. Smith, why should we grant your request today?
Okay, again, good morning. My name is Teresa Smith, and I am the owner of the property and residence at 3944 Askew in Kansas City, Missouri. I've owned that property for approximately 36 years. Initially, it was my primary residence. I lived in the property until I received a job offer that took me to St. Louis, Missouri. While I was away, I've had various family members reside in the property, so I've always had family members residing in the property. Approximately 2 years ago, I had a brother that was relocating. Oh, by the way, I stayed in that property until I bought another property that I currently live in, which was about 10 years ago. So about 2 years ago, my brother was relocating back to the city, and he was looking for a home that fit the criteria of this residence. So we made an agreement that he would reside in the home and maintain the home. And we've invested heavily in the renovations of the interior as well as the exterior of the house. The house has been painted. We've had the windows covered. We've done the yard work. And this summer, we hired on Pride Fencing Company to install a 6-foot privacy fence along the south side of the building within the property line. The fence also encloses what has now been installed constructed a paver patio, so that when you step out the side door, which is the back door to the residence, the side door, there's a area of privacy and for outdoor grilling. At the time I installed the fence, I was totally unaware of this ordinance and was not aware that the fence could only be 4 feet tall. When I contacted Pride Fencing Company, they told me that they had they had arranged to make sure that all the markings before they did the drilling for underground lines and all, but they were not aware that the fence could not be over 4 feet. So I apologize for that. But at this point, I'm asking for special exceptions or accommodations based on the following reasons. First of all, the fence does not obstruct the view of traffic in any direction. So there is a stop sign for the east and westbound traffic right there at the corner of 40th and Askew. And at the time the citation was issued, 39th Street was closed off due to construction. So there was a lot of traffic being rerouted to 40th Street off of 39th. Now that construction is over with, 40th Street in Askew is a very rarely used street. It is a side street. Secondly, I think the fence adds to the beautification of the neighborhood. When my brother moved into the house, one thing that we wanted to do is to really beautify the house and to make the community and the neighborhood look better. I have maintained that strip of land outside that the fence line for a number of years, and it has been a major dumping area. People dump tires, furniture, all kind of trash there, and we maintain that strip of land. Since I own the property, we'll continue to do that. But having the fence, not only that we've done the vinyl fencing, but we've also replaced areas of the chain link fence that goes all the way through the backyard up to the end of the property line, so that old torn down fence no longer exists. It's a very nice looking area. Also, since I've received the citation, I just noticed that throughout our neighborhood, there are several residents that have fences that exceed the corner lots that exceed the 4-foot restriction. Some of them are pretty old and kind of torn down, but some of them are very nice fences. So I know that there has been variations made to and exceptions made in recent years. A couple of those fences are within a matter of a block of the Askew residence. Lastly, I would say that removing the fence would create extreme hardship, not only for the expense that we've invested in having the fence installed as well as the patio. I've invested just about $15,000 just in that fence, in the fencing and the patio. And if we had to remove it, it would prohibit safe usage of the yard space that we've tried to create along the south side, and the money that I've invested in that would be wasted. And I don't have a budget to pay somebody to come remove the fence at this time. And I think to tear it down just adds to the plight of the neighborhood. A 4-foot fence would not serve the purpose of privacy. When you're going up 40th Street, you can see directly into that house because of the side windows, even with the window dressings. When it gets dark and there's lights on, you can actually see into the residence. And that fence actually prevents people from being able to see into the fence. So I think it is a safety and a security issue. So at this time, I would ask for the exception to be made because I apologize. I was not aware of the ordinance, but the fence is up there, and I would ask for that exception. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Who was the company you said that did the fencing?
Pride, Pride.
You know, I'm just one board member, but it has become apparent that there are a number of companies here in Kansas City who either know or should know the ordinances, who have not taken an effort to comply with the ordinances. And so it's disappointing to hear of another fencing company in the city who should have known better. I have a question about, there's kind of a conflict in the report. In one place it says that the fence is vinyl, and in another place it says the fence is wood.
It's vinyl.
It
I'm
is
sorry.
vinyl. Okay. So it's not so simple as just cutting the top off a wood fence is what I'm
No,
hearing.
they would have to take the fence down.
Does the 6-foot fence go into the backyard as well?
It covers the south side of the building. So it starts at the front of the building. It does not cover the front yard. This is a corner lot. Does not cover the front yard. Starts at the front of the building and goes to the back of the building. So it does not cover the backyard. It's the chain link fence that covers the backyard.
Yeah, so it's 6 foot in the side yard and 4 foot in the rear yard.
That is correct.
Yeah, see, our code is the opposite of that. You could have a 6-foot fence in the backyard and 4 foot in the side yard.
I wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
If I remember correctly, we've had a couple of these where the fence is, because it's a corner lot, there's been questions about whether the 6-foot fence is appropriate. And to be consistent, can you remind me how we've dealt with the corner lots?
There have been cases where you have required a property owner to reduce the height of the fence on the side of the house to 4 feet.
Exceptions being, in irregular circumstances.
Right.
I would say that I also provided several pictures of corner lots that have fences, a couple of them within a block that exceed the 4 feet.
Yes, those are attached to the staff report.
Are those houses in compliance?
I am not sure.
I'm skimming through these photos and I mean, I see a couple that appear to be in the rear yard and not the side yard, which would be code compliant, but it's hard to tell precisely from the images.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for you for the fact that you hired a reputable company that did a disservice to you. I think that needs to be taken into consideration, but at the same time,
Have you spoken to the company since you received the citation?
Yes.
And what was their reasoning for why they hadn't gotten approval beforehand?
They said they were not aware of the ordinance.
That's frustrating, but
Any of your neighbors have any concerns?
None have been expressed to me. It really does add to the beautification of that neighborhood. It probably stands out as one of the nicer houses in that neighborhood.
I'm looking for a picture of the house that abuts the back of this property. Is there a fence on that house?
I'm sorry.
So
which
like there,
part?
your neighbor behind you or behind that property, is there a fence that your fence connects into? Or is there just,
You can look at the picture up on
Yeah.
the screen.
so you're that yellow box there
Mhm.
and that house is directly behind you. Is there a fence your fence ties into? Or is it your fence?
There's a back fence that blocks in my
Uh-huh.
backyard.
And is there a fence behind, or is there a fence around the neighbor's yard?
I don't believe so.
This section that's fenced off is the section you said that is like the barbecue area now? That's is that what you said? It's like,
Really? You did you say yes?
okay.
And the variance would have to be for the entirety of the fence, not just a portion of it.
It would just be to the portion that's on the side of the house, but the rear yard portion is fine.
which is the whole thing.
Right, yeah, so, sorry, essentially the whole thing.
These fence cases are very tough because the contractor should know, and I bet he did know, but he was trying to kind of get to you, so to speak. So yes, I agree.
I would make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mm.
Wright. Or, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Ventura. God, I looked at the wrong names again. Sorry. Excuse me.
In the matter of 00173, docket number 5, I move to approve the special exception in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a right, I have a motion, Mr. Ventura, second from Mr. Hayes, I'm guessing.
Second.
Oh, second from Mr. Meyer.
Gorence? Hayes?
Nay.
Meyer?
Aye.
Ventura?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your project is approved.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You all do the same?
Like to keep going or take a break?
I think we should take a 10-minute break, or 10 minutes, okay for everybody? 11:57, 10:57. All right. 10:55, we'll be back.
Just come back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
How was that?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, we're back to the afternoon session or morning session after our break. Sarah, please call the next case.
Docket item number 6 is case CD BZA 2025-196, a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than permitted on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 2333 Quincy Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I'm not seeing anyone online.
Asuolo? Teresio?
I guess I'll email them.
Okay.
Maybe, no. All right, do you want
Well-
maybe contact him?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Thank you
try-
very
I'm
much.
gonna-
We'll continue this one on till later. Pause it.
Item number 7 is case CD BZA 2025-198. A request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard of the subject site, plus any other needed special exceptions in an R 1.5 zoning district on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 2645 Colorado Street. The applicant is online. I'm promoting him to panelist. If you're a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Okay, there's another hand raised online, Julie Soriano. I will
Yes.
promote you to panelist.
Okay.
Okay, so you have the applicant and the property owner online.
Okay, great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If
I do.
so, please, well, we gotta wait for a second. Please say I do, along with your name and address. Let's start with the gentleman first.
I do. My name is Jacques Kukerkorn. My address is 12337 Walmer Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66209.
Okay.
Okay, the
And
other hand is,
could you say your name one more time, sir?
Jacques Kukerkorn.
Okay.
the other hand raised is Julie Soriano. You do need to accept the promotion to panelist.
Let me, they don't speak much English. That's why. Uh, can I talk and they'll hear me?
Yes.
Julie, tiene que apretar algo que dice ahí que acepte ser panelista para que pueda entrar. Algo que le apareció en la tecla que tiene que apretar.
Jacques, you can speak on her behalf.
Yes. Okay, good.
Because you're the applicant.
Correct.
She's accepted the promotion to panelist.
Okay. Ms. Soriano? Can you turn on your camera and microphone?
Por favor, prenda su micrófono y cámara.
Oh, ya. Listo.
Listo. Okay, she's there.
Please raise your right.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Please, Ms. Soriano, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Levante la mano para que le haga el juramento.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
May I translate? Usted promete o jura que va a decir la verdad, nada más que la verdad en esta cita hoy. Diga que sí o I do.
I do.
Perfect. And please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Su nombre y dirección para la corte.
Julie Soriano, 2645 Colorado Avenue.
2645 Colorado Avenue.
So Jacques, since you're speaking on her behalf, there are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, and they are labeled, 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Excuse me, 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those, or do I have your permission to admit those?
You have my permission to admit them.
Thank you. One of that is a presentation by the staff planner, Stephanie Soldari.
All right, we got docket item number 7, CDBCA 2025-198, 2645 Colorado Avenue, Zone R-1.5, and the applicant seeks to obtain a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard. The fence has been built. So the subject site is located just north of I-70. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And then the pink or red is where the front yard portion of the fence is. And here is a photo of that fence. Another photo straight on from the house. And so this is a special exception request. Sorry, this is a mistype. I should say a special exception of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence on the front yard of the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 50% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated only because the nearby properties do not have 6-foot fences in the front yard, and this is per looking at Google Street View. Can the difficulty be obviated? So the property owners built the 6-foot fence all around the property for the safety of a disabled family member who frequently escapes the property. So this is more for the family member's safety. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of Ms. Soldari? Jock, it's your turn. How did this get?
Before we start, I want to thank Ms. Soldari. Regardless of the outcome of this, I'm very grateful. It's been a wonderful experience. She's been very nice and compassionate. Okay, what happened is Ms. Soriano has a boy, Anthony, who is severely handicapped, who either runs away or likes to run away naked, and he's going to be 15 years. I think he's 15 already. So it's becoming a man, and they were not aware of the limitation, and they tried to do something to both preserve their kids' safety as well as the public of seeing the boy running around naked. I was even afraid this meeting may not happen because this morning Anthony, who uses a feeding tube, pulled it out, and they were in the hospital. I think they just left. So, but that's it. I didn't even want to go into the ADA or something like that. I think hopefully we can rely on common sense and a little compassion that they know what they were doing. Obviously, they are willing to fix it by cutting it to size to the 4 feet if that's your decision, but will be very helpful, in my opinion, both to them as well as to public of not having to see Anthony running around naked or running out of the house. That's it.
All right. I'm not a big fan of the 6-foot fence in front of the house. It looks, you can't see what's going on the other side. Sometimes we'll entertain where you'd have spacing between the pickets. But to have that compound look, and the variance goes with the property, sir. So she could sell it in a year or 2 years, or we'd have this fence surrounding this home.
Everything you're saying is true. I mean, maybe can they make a modification, making slates? I don't know. Whatever you folks decide.
It looks like there's a couple different heights. Is some of the fence 5 foot and some of it 6 foot?
I
Like on
don't know.
page
Again,
11,
yeah, I understand. I saw it as well. I don't know.
It's grade and it's a gate.
Yeah.
Again, I just want to say, I don't live there. I don't own the property. I'm just friends with them, trying to be a good Samaritan to you know, because they do some work for me once in a while, right? So
Kind of echo Mr. Myers, where the gate is a level, and then you go a little bit to the right of the picture, and then it drops down another, would you say a foot?
But yeah,
Did they build this fence themselves?
yes. Yeah, as I'm looking, I kind of assume it's following the geography, you know, the street level.
Are the fence posts cemented, or are they just dug into a hole?
No, there's the way I know, because Juan has made the fence for me, is you make a hole, you put a big stick, you put cement there, and then you put the panels,
Do you
you
think
know,
a
attached.
4-foot fence in front would stop the boy?
That's what they had before, and that's what they are afraid of. That's why they went 6. They already had a 4-foot. So I would surmise that maybe the boy may have escaped. That's why it prompted them to go higher.
You see the police department and the fire department both like the fence to be down so they can see the house.
Again, all true. I agree. I guess you can still see the house, you know, from even from this picture.
Is I'm sympathetic to the needs of the applicant's son. But I'm not sure why it necessitates a 6-foot fence in the front yard. Is like
Again, I think excuse me, but part of their concern is the boy likes to run around naked. They are
Right,
afraid.
right.
They are afraid that if somebody sees this boy running around naked, they're gonna say, you know, they're gonna get into a different kind of problem, which is
Yeah.
some kind of public indecency or something like that.
sure.
Yeah.
Why is the fence in the front and not the back?
Because first of all, there are fences in the back already, and second, they again, what he expressed to me that his concern was that people would see him running around naked. That was his even concern as well.
The fence in the back is compliant, so.
I was just wondering
Yeah.
because there's this photo, I think on
I-
page 7, and it just looks like, is that the side of the house?
Looks like a chain link fence.
Looks like a 4-foot chain link
Right.
side.
That's why I was just wondering why there isn't a privacy fence in the back and only the front, I guess is the better question.
I think I assume because people can't see, the only area where they surmised that people could see and thus get in trouble would be the front.
Could you ask Ms. Serrano?
Okay. Julie, ¿estás ahí?
Sí.
Preguntan por qué solo hicieron la cerca alta adelante y no atrás, si tienen la preocupación de que el niño se huya o que lo vean desnudo.
Porque él solo juega en la parte de enfrente.
Ah.
Él solo juega en la parte de enfrente. Y por el otro lado siempre hay ramas, árboles que tapan, arbustos.
Gotcha. Okay. Dice que, I'm sorry, she said that he only plays in the front of the house in that area. I think that's the area where you can see in the picture there is a jumping thing. And on the sides, there's trees and bushes that cover and provide both privacy and obviously don't allow him to run through them because there's bushes and stuff like that and trees.
I think what's been previously recommended in these situations, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the fence be compliant with the 4 feet and then that vegetation or something be planted to make up that difference. Is my understanding correct?
And I think you've addressed this in different ways, depending on the situation. There have been situations where you've asked that the fence be more open or have some more transparency. There have been situations where you've asked the fence to be lowered. I'm sure that there's a situation where you've permitted the fence. I can think of one, but again, usually in coordination with some kind of additional transparency.
Yeah, which in this case, it sounds like by the applicant's justification, transparency would kind of defeat the purpose.
Agree. Only one board member, but maybe take 1 foot off of it instead of 2 to where we're compromising. It's taller than what you had before, but it's shorter than what you have now. Do you think that 5 feet would be?
It's definitely better than 4 feet.
I echo Mr. Meyer's sentiments. We've given 5-foot exceptions before with a solid fence. Again, I'm not a fan of the whole front yard being fenced in, but I'd be more willing to accept a 5-foot than a 6-foot. At least that's me personally.
I assume we're here today because of a neighbor complaint to 311.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parens 1 Arsmo.
Okay.
Second.
Second, please call the roll.
Gorence. Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ya.
Julie, ¿me escucha? Ellos se van a reunir aparte, discutir, pero están discutiendo varias opciones. Una de ellas es que la cerca sea de que les hagan cortar un pie de la parte de arriba. Pero
Sí.
vamos a ver qué pasa. ¿Ok? ¿Cómo está el niño?
Bien, dice Fede que si es necesario que lo vean.
Uh,
No, we're not ready yet. Are we ready? Live?
I just unshare.
oh, also I muted the computer.
Let
back
me
there.
reshare and unshare.
I muted the computer back there.
I don't know why that's still up.
Good. Oops.
I have to just close out of this.
Okay, thank you.
Are we back? I need a are we good? Okay, I need a motion to come out of closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move that we leave closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parens 1 RSMO.
Motion from Mr. Hayes, second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer. Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we're back in live session. Board members' comments?
So this is a very unique situation with very special considerations, I think, for the residents of this home. And as just one board member, we understand your reasonings and your arguments. So I would like to make a motion if there's no other comments.
Go ahead.
So in the matter of 00198, I move that we grant a special exception with, or the requested special exemption in accordance with the staff report and site plan for the duration of time that the current property owner owns the home.
Very fair.
So what that means is that if and when this property is sold, the expectation will be that the new property owner would have to either return or that the fence would be taken down to be compliant with city code.
So
Very good.
I have a motion on that.
I see what addition, I think that is a good. But before they sell it, I think the front needs to be cut down.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The fence would have to come down.
Down.
Yeah.
We can just
Code
require
compliant.
them to do it prior to
Oh.
selling, rather than having the buyer do it. If
Okay.
we-
Okay, so I would amend mine then that the fence be reduced to the 4-foot requirement prior to the property being sold.
I'll second that.
Second, and before we take a vote, can you explain that in
I will.
Spanish to the agent?
I just want to say, it seems to me like a very fair resolution and very compassionate of you, something we need more and more these days. Julie,
thank you.
me escuchas, ¿no? Dice que la propuesta que tiene es que te lo van a permitir que quede como está, con la condición, lo van a votar ahora, con la condición de que antes de vender la casa, cuando ustedes se vayan, corten, saquen, pongan la cerca de regreso a 4 pies, como debe ser según la ley. ¿Okay? ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Sí, estoy de acuerdo.
And she said she's on.
Thank you. I have a motion, Mr. Ventura, a second by Mr. Hayes.
Gorens.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Thank you very much for coming before us.
Thank you for
Let's
your.
call the next case, which is docket number 10, I think.
Assume I can leave, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Y'all have a good day. Bye-bye. Se puede
Docket
ir, Julie.
item number
Okay.
10 is case CD BZA 2025-172, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned pole sign at the subject site on about 1.2 acres generally located at 4531 Troost Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Joshua Kim.
I have Viola Maxwell, hand raised online. I'll promote to panelist. Is that the name of your applicant?
Do we
I
have
don't-
anybody?
I don't see Joshua Kim.
Do we have anyone interested in the 4531 Troost Avenue?
We have a hand raised, but we need the property owner.
Okay,
The applicant.
you think that's the property
The
owner?
appeal. No.
Okay. Anna, on December 10th, was that one of the cases that never got heard, automatically continued?
They also did not appear
They did not appear.
on the 10th.
All right, so they had two chances and have not appeared. Board members?
Do we need to go through any formalities?
If an applicant does not appear, you can dismiss the case.
Okay.
Does staff have an opinion on a continuance versus dismissal?
I did speak to the applicant in between that hearing and this, so I'm surprised that they didn't show up. So they're well aware of the procedures.
Do we want to just push it to the end of the docket today?
But they're not here. It's, yeah. So we'll pause this one. Thank you, Anna.
Mhm.
But you're on the next case.
Sure.
Stacy.
Docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2025-189, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned pole sign. Gets me when they're the same. On the subject site on about 0.49 acres, generally located at 2641 Van Brunt Boulevard. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We don't have any other hands raised online.
Okay. Good morning, almost good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your names and addresses.
I do. George DeShaka.
Address, sir?
We just moved 8821 North Kentucky Avenue.
Thank you.
8821 North Kentucky Avenue.
Thank you. And
Kansas City,
Mrs.
Missouri.
Deshaka?
Yes. Julie DeShaka, 8821 North Kentucky Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
I do or I don't?
I do.
Okay, great. I'm not sure who's speaking on the case, but there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that we'd like to admit for your case today. But before that, do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Anna to your left.
Okay, that's all squared up. As previously mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2025-189, and the applicant seeks to appeal a zoning determination related to an abandoned pole sign on the subject site. So the property is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards Blue Valley Park. And this is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. It is unclear why Hardesty Avenue is displayed there on Parcel Viewer, but Van Brunt Boulevard is a boulevard that has the median in the center. It's at the intersection of Van Brunt Boulevard and East 27th Street. So you can see the subject site again highlighted in yellow. And then these are images of the violation in question that we'll be discussing today. One image on the screen is the sign in repair order to abate notice, and the other one is the notice of abandonment, the order to remove the sign, again, both related to the pole sign that I'll get into in a little bit. So this is a look at the property from Google Street View, and you can see the pole sign. If I move this zoom stuff around, bottom of the screen. Okay, here we go. This is a Google Street View image from May of 2021. This is the pole sign in question. So there's the pole sign. It also has a light on it for lighting of the parking lot area. This is separate from a street light, and you can see the sign here where the cabinet is blank with the little drive-through carry-out messaging on the top.
Then we have another image from Google Street View, this time from June of 2024. The sign is in the same condition. And then we're getting into the photos taken by the inspector. This is from October of 2025. The sign is in the same condition. And then we've got a photo of the sign from November of 2025 taken from the inspector. So this is in between when the order to abate went out, where they filled the pole sign with this blank plastic, the blank cabinet inside the sign. And then after that, since the sign was blank, they got the notice about the sign being abandoned and the order to remove. But this is an image provided by the applicant where they have now filled the sign with messaging that reflects the business that is on the subject site. So this image was taken 66 days. The image was uploaded to Compass KC 66 days after the order to abate was received, and the order to abate gave them 45 days to come to compliance with the regulations, but a blank sign is not in compliance with city code. So this is more information about what the zoning and development code says, where it says on-site commercial signs will be deemed abandoned if they are blank. This is specifically related to non-conforming signs like pole signs that we have here. So to wrap up my presentation about this appeal, just want to remind everyone that pole signs are no longer a permitted sign type in KCMO. So they follow those regulations for non-conforming signs. The subject sign has been empty or blank since at least 2021. And the review criteria associated with an appeal case says that an appeal may be sustained only if the board finds that the administrative official has erred. So the photo evidence of the empty signs, the blank signs, and the code interpretation of what it tells us to do when we have a blank non-conforming sign illustrates that the zoning and development code was applied properly to the subject site. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You may have mentioned this in the presentation, but I don't recall. You mentioned 66 days after and 30 days to abate and whatnot. But my understanding of this ordinance is that once the notice of violation is sent, the abatement that needs to be done within 30 days is not reinstalling a new sign, it's removal of that sign.
Correct. I was also just additionally explaining the train of thought that could have happened because of the two notices that went out.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just wanted to make sure I.
What day did they have the white blank sign up?
The city staff inspected the property in November, and it was blank at that time. I don't have the exact date in front of me, and my computer died, so I
It
can't
was up
pull it
between
but
in the initial 45-day notice they had.
the blank cabinet.
But if I understand your answer to Jazz, then the outcome should have been that the entire thing would be taken down.
Correct.
Okay. So
Because a blank sign is still non-conforming with the code.
okay, and so this appeal would be to appeal the decision to asking them to remove it.
Correct.
Okay, so that they can keep it up.
The pole sign, yes.
Okay.
And the review criteria for an appeal is that staff made an incorrect determination about whether the sign was abandoned.
Okay. And Miss Anna, the picture of the sign with the tubes where it says dine through, carry out, phone in, and below that, is that from October or is that earlier in the year? I heard you say, something in 2023 or 2021.
Yeah, let me reshare my screen and go over those images again. So
Thank
this is Google Street View, May 2021. Let me make it full screen. Google Street View, May 2021, sign, empty, wayfinding messages on top of the sign, which is not going to make it deemed a valid sign because it's not advertising a business on the subject site. June 2024, still empty with the wayfinding messaging.
So was the,
October 2025, still empty.
Still empty, right,
Yes.
okay.
sorry, was the determination that the entire thing has to come down or just the bottom portion that was left empty?
The entire pole sign has to come down.
Of course, the pole can remain because it's lighting the parking lot.
Yeah.
Is that what I hear you saying as well?
Oh,
See the light on top, it looks like a city light, actually.
it's not a street light, but that is a good point that we don't want them to come out of compliance with the outdoor lighting requirements. So just the sign portion would probably be best.
Okay.
But I would leave that up to the inspector.
George, can't you get Pepsi or Coke to fill that in for you?
We-
Yeah.
That's when we were notified.
And hold
about
on
it.
just for a second
Go ahead.
before you start giving testimony. Again, I have a question from Mr. Duddy. Mr. Duddy, on the outdoor lighting, is it your impression that parking lot light can stay?
I would need to review the lighting plan for that property to
Okay.
determine that that was part of the plan.
Okay.
And if so, yes, the lighting would be allowed to stand, but the sign would not, but the pendulum sign.
Right.
the Sign would need to be removed.
Understood. And any other questions of staff before we ask for the applicant's comments? Okay, it's up to you guys.
Okay, and Pepsi used to do that. You know, that was common. Soon as we got the notice, which we got the notice like 11 days into the 45, and that's the US mail. We immediately got a company, put the plastic up, and it's our fault, but work ethics today, the plastic went up immediately. We need the Stents graphics put on it. And it was like 4 or 5 days after the 45 days. We had it all done. Soon as we were notified, we got right on it. So all I could say is,
Well, and this is a rental property, so once we got the notice, I did send it to the tenant, and he was out of the country at the time, and we did get the plastic put on.
we
and
got on that.
He worked in working with the graphics to get it done. And it was to my knowledge, because he sent me over a picture on the phone, that it maybe, the problem is these notices are getting to us. This is 10 days. This one came 7 days after you guys mailed it out. So, it's to my knowledge that it was about 3 days after we received the letter that I called Miss Dodge, because the first code that you guys sent us had several things that it could be. And then we went to the rental property and we looked and we determined that it was the lower part of the sign that was missing. And so that's when we had the plastic and everything done. But then when we got cited the second time, it pertained to any sign that is excessively weathered or faded, or upon which the paint is excessively peeled or cracked, otherwise disrepaired, must supporting members be immediately removed. And so I was confused because I was like, okay, well, this isn't pertaining to the coverage of the sign. So I called Miss Dodge to verify what the actual why we failed the inspection. And she said it was because we didn't have any content in the sign. And I said, well, that's not the reason why you're telling us to take it down. It's a whole nother thing, saying that it's chipped and cracked and it's in disrepair. And that wasn't the reason initially that we were cited. So the reason to take it down is a different citing. So I feel like there was an error in that citing. Anyway, we did we do have it in compliance, I believe now. That sign, the property is how old?
Yeah,
That sign's been around for a
That
long
was old Have a Snack Drive-In that my father owned, you know, for 60 years.
Yes, yes.
We bought it from Mr. Donacy owned it, his father-in-law, and then Carl had it. We bought it from Carl.
How long has the current tenant been there?
He
Listen,
just
we were
signed.
out of Geno's.
I
We've been
would
out of
say
Geno's.
2
20
years,
No,
3 years? Well, we
No.
signed, well, we're new owners, honey. We were jointly,
we were joint owners.
were
No, the
joint-
tenant has been there.
I can tell you for sure.
We've been out of there for 30 years, so.
So the seafood place that's there now has been
Yes.
there for 30 years?
Yes, sir.
That's
20,
what came
well,
out.
Or
we were.
I'm not saying exactly 30, just
Yeah,
somewhere in that, a long
25,
time.
25.
So the sign's been like that for that many years.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and see,
You
that,
know, I apologize for, I don't know.
that's what raises at least my concern
Yeah.
is I understand your discussion about the days and
Yeah.
I can understand and sympathize with the postal service here in Kansas City. But it's more, my concern is that this sign has been empty for, sounds like 20 years, 30 years, which
No,
means that
he used to have some, I think what happened was years back, a storm blew it down. And I really never paid attention to it and
well, and so that's the problem is that, you know, the citation that was given by staff is about abandonment. And so an administrative issue is, okay, it took a couple extra days to get the sign up. And again, that would be kind of an administrative thing. But I think the problem, at least that I'm facing, is that by Kansas City ordinances and law, the sign was, it's been abandoned because it didn't have a sign there for so many years. And if, again, my understanding from staff's presentation is that these type of signs are no longer allowed in Kansas City. They've been phased out. And so I think I'm having trouble reconciling how long it's been abandoned and the fact that these are no longer allowed in the city.
What part
I-
isn't allowed?
I want to make one comment about it. I think, I don't believe though, if tenant A does not need to occupy the sign to have a successful business, that doesn't mean that the owner of the building should lose value of their asset because they don't need it. Because having that sign there is added value to the owner of the building. Whether it's today or in 10 years or in 30 years, it does add value. I understand like the policies are policy, but I also know how difficult it is to get signs done. I mean, I've waited 3 months to get a response from a sign company. So I'm not making an excuse. And yes, there should have been something in there long, long before. You didn't know, you didn't know. But that's my concern is I don't want because the tenant didn't need the sign though, I don't want it to hurt the value of their business or their asset, I mean.
Can I ask you, based on the lease agreement that you have, who is responsible for maintaining the signage on the property?
the tenant. And he did have a situation where he told us when we got into all this, he said, I paid a guy $1,600 to come out and fix it. And he took my money. And that was, I said, why
Well-
didn't you, and my thing was, why didn't you call me? Why didn't you call me and tell me this?
When was that?
That was probably,
He didn't say when it was, but he said that he had a sign company out. He made a deal with them. He gave them cash and they
dwindled it,
bundled him. And he didn't have the money at that time to
redo it.
redo it.
Yeah, um, right or wrong, in Kansas City, Missouri, our code for signs is very strict. And it sounds like there was even a grace period given that I don't know that is even necessary to remediate, to repair the sign. As one board member, I would like to reiterate the review criteria for an appeal case, which is that we will have to determine that staff erred in their interpretation of the code. And I think staff followed the code to the letter of the law, and it sounds like this sign needs to come down, and that's because that's how the way our code is written, right or wrong. If there's a problem with that, it should be addressed to the council, but our job here is to interpret the code.
Yeah, like I said, I think if it had been a matter of just a couple days had passed because the post and I understand that part of it, that makes perfect sense. I would I think probably be with you on that if that were it. It's that this sign had been abandoned for so long according to city code. And again, the second part of that being is that these are no longer allowed in Kansas City. Kansas City has phased these type of signs out. So I'm just one board member, but I do have a motion if there's no other questions.
Go ahead.
In the matter of 00189, I move to deny the appeal for docket number 11.
A motion, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second?
To
By
deny.
Mr. Ray.
To deny. No,
To uphold.
to uphold. So yeah, uphold the decision of the city.
Gorens,
Nay.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Nay.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
So if the pole is deemed that it has to stay because of the lighting, what kind of sign has to go on that pole?
No sign.
Can't put any sign.
There are other kinds of signs that are allowed in the city code, and you can talk to staff about what those are. But specifically, this particular type of sign, which is a pole sign, is not allowed in the code at all anymore.
George, the seafood place, the restaurant's been there for 20 years. He hasn't had a sign up there for 4 or 5, according to the pictures we've seen. He's doing fine. Yeah, okay, thank you. Turn himself just for a moment. He'll be right back. Maybe go ahead and call the case and we'll wait. Call the case. We'll get Tom back here before we hear it.
Docket item number 13 is case CD BZA 2025-162, a request to approve a variance to the accessory structure standards within an R 7.5 district, plus any other necessary variances on about 2/10 of an acre generally located at 4212 East 104th Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. We have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Any hands raised?
We have no hands raised online.
All right. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your names and addresses.
I do. Joseph Beckham, 4212 East 104th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64137.
I do. Jennifer Beckham, 4212 East 104th Street.
Thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case that are labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. By Alex, sorry.
All right.
I'm crazy today. Alec, yes. Please tell us about Alec.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, before you board, we have docket item number 13. This is CD BZA 2025-162. That's at 4212 East 104th Street in an R75 district. The request is variance related to the position and setbacks for a carport that was installed without permits on the subject site. The subject site is located in southern Kansas City. Here's a view of the site at East 104th Street. Just north of this is the I-435 right-of-way. And then it's surrounded by similar R7.5 zoning district, single-family residences. Here's a image from Street View, Google Street View from August 2024, showing multiple cars in the driveway. And then here is an image that the applicant provided to me of the carport from recently, which is the structure that we are here to assess today. It is about 7 feet from the house, and it's about 30 feet long. And I'll get forward, just these are some more images from the applicant themselves that they sent to me showing the carport. And then this image shows the carport is bolted to the concrete. Based on this image, staff believes that the carport could be moved closer and or attached to the house to minimize some of these variances, but that's not the case here today. Since it's a single structure, it's considered an accessory structure. This is just an image, two images. It's from Parcel Viewer and then also an image from the applicant themselves. And it's by no means a scientific measurement or anything. It's by looking at the Google Street View, you can see on the photo on your left of Parcel Viewer, you can see a little bit where the concrete has a line on the just the natural break of the concrete. And you can see that the carport is at that same line where it actually stands, and that is past the property line. So one way around this would have been having gotten permits at the beginning, they could have gotten a right-of-way encroachment permit or of some sort from the Public Works Department. But we're here today to look at the variance as a carport structure that is over the property line. This is the site plan, shows that the carport is 30 feet in length and separated 7 feet from the building line. The setback from the property line to the front of the building line is approximately 30 feet. So the carport is approximately 7 feet past the property line into the public right-of-way. So the variances before you then are variance request A, a variance to the accessory structure location, which is to permit a carport in the front yard of the subject site. Accessory structures are not permitted to be in front of a house. So this would be a complete deviation. It would be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. There does not appear to be any other carports in the front yards of any of the homes on this block, according to the 2024 aerial imagery from Parcel Viewer. The difficulty could be avoided and or removed by a change in design. For example, the carport could be removed from the site, and the subject home includes 2-car attached garage. Variance B is a variance of 3 feet to the accessory structure separation requirements to permit a carport in the front yard of the subject site where it's currently set back from the house 7 feet. What's required is 10 feet. So it's a 3-foot variance, 30% change. And again, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. There does not appear to be any other carports, as appears in aerial imagery from 2024 Parcel Viewer, as well as Google Street View. Looking through that. Again, the difficulty could be avoided / removed by a change in design, removing the carport where the subject home does include a 2-car attached garage. And then we have a little bit of variance review criteria. The strict application of the zoning and development code in this scenario is not resulting in an unnecessary hardship for the property owner. The carport was installed without proper permissions of permits. If the property had sought necessary permits, we would have advised them differently regarding the standards that we have for variances. We would have probably advised them to either connect the carport to the house, minimizing the need for so many variances, or at least these 2 variances. And it would just be a variance to the setback of the primary structure, have the carport been attached to the structure. We also probably could have advised them to seek such a encroachment permit from Public Works Department. That being said, though, I can't speak to how much luck they would have had having sought that right-of-way encroachment. So, if the structure had been attached to the home, we probably would be looking at a singular variance, but this is the case before you right now. So with that, I close my presentation. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Alec. Questions?
Did you address the option of attaching the carport
Yes.
to the house with the applicant?
Yes, we did talk about that in our initial pre-application meeting. I will say, though, the pre-application meeting took place, I believe, September. And there were a few continuances just based on needing to get site plans prepared and ready to be presented here today. So it's been a while since then.
So I'm sure we'll ask them and they'll talk about it, but was there a resolution of that conversation, or it happened and?
The applicants preferred to go through the variance route.
We don't, as a board, we don't have jurisdiction over the right of way.
No.
Okay.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Beckham, what's your comments? And why should we approve your request today?
Well, I'm a veteran and disabled veteran. But having a carport helps me a whole lot for getting around and putting stuff up under there. I ain't got to worry about shoveling snow. This last snowstorm we had, I didn't have to do that. It's hard to breathe now than to move from here to you. And it just helps me in a whole lot of ways, keeping it.
Right.
And I didn't know about all that other stuff, the property line. I thought my property line went out to the street. When I talked to Legacy, the guys that put it up, they said it'd be perfect the way it is. They didn't tell me about nothing about this and that or permits or anything. They said, yep, you can dab it. They only make two different sizes, the 18 by 30 and another one 18 by 47, I think it was. And I said, no, we'll take the 30 just in case if they decide to put a sidewalk there, they have room to put it there. And so, and I don't have room on either side of the house to put it. And I can't put it in the back because it won't serve me no good in the back. You put it in the back.
Right.
And it helps me.
Did you entertain attaching it to the house somehow?
Yeah. But I was talking to Legacy after this happened, and they said, well, we can work out something. How they do it, I don't know. But they said they can probably do something to get it attached to the house.
Because it's in the public right of way right now, sir. That's never going to happen through this committee. So it's got to be moved at some point or cut off.
When you say public right of way, what do you mean?
Go ahead, someone.
So along every street, there's a certain amount of space between the center of the street outward that is considered public right of way. So that means that's space available for the public to drive and to walk. Your area doesn't have a sidewalk. However, Kansas City, my understanding has a public right of way in every one of the streets within the city. And it varies from street to street, which is why we have no jurisdiction or ability to answer your question about how long it is, how big it is, where specifically it is. But generally, that's what it means. And so the problem is that right of way is a very serious issue. It's a legal issue. We can't provide you any kind of explanation and detailed explanation or advice on it. However, there's a special department within the city that deals with right of ways. And so I think what Mark's saying, and in some respects, your request to us is either premature or unnecessary, because the right of way is going to have to be dealt with. There's nothing we can do about that. Either the city will give you instruction, a different part of the city will give you instruction on how to make your structure compliant with the right of way, or they'll tell you whether or not you can have anything in that space. And so that's why the question of attaching it to your house, most likely that would mean, I'm not a general contractor, but that would probably mean moving the structure back, right? Because it's a certain size. And that might solve your right-of-way problem and solve a lot of the variance issues that you're coming to us today for. And so the company that I'm going to ask every single time, the company that you worked with, Legacy, are they a licensed company here in Kansas City?
I'm assume so, because they got a big old sign on 'em. I forgot where I seen it at. I seen it outside the highway, so I called them and they said, yeah, we can put it up anywhere you want to.
Yeah, well, they know better. They know that that's not true if they do business here in the city. And so once again, I have a problem with companies coming and telling citizens something that is not necessarily true in order to further their business. So I'm only one board member, but I think based on what you're telling us, the suggestion that I would have is that we probably want to continue this until you have an opportunity to talk to the city about your right-of-way issue. Because the city's suggestion to you will probably be to move it back out of the right-of-way. And that would result in most likely you needing to connect to the house, which would resolve several of the variances.
Well, it's in pieces, so you know that one area that's over, we probably could just remove that whole piece. Because this is a structure, it's not just one whole thing.
Okay.
It's the carport's 30 feet long, right?
Yeah.
So it could be moved.
15 by 30.
So if you moved it back, you're about 37 feet. You're over the property line about 7 feet. If you just moved it back, that 7 feet gap between the house and the carport, that would take care of it, and you would only need the one variance.
Attachment.
Yeah.
So basically, if this board approved everything that you're asking for today, you would still have to lop off some portion toward the front of it, because it's in the right of way, and we can't approve stuff in the right of way.
But we can talk to them and see if they do, but you don't think
I
they will.
wouldn't tell you how likely you are to get approval for
Right.
right of way. My guess is not very likely.
It creates, so that you understand, the right-of-way creates a legal problem for the city. So like if there's an accident in front of your house, there has to be a certain amount of space between the street and your house in order to deal with things for the fire department, for the police department. If someone were to hit this structure where it is currently, I'm not your attorney and I'm not going to give you legal advice, but it would probably be problematic for you if someone hit this structure based on where it is right now.
And I guess what staff is saying is, in theory, you could unbolt all of this carport, push it closer to the house and attach it, and it becomes like a part of your house essentially. And it, for paperwork reasons, makes it different, but also as an added bonus, it pulls it out of the right of way a little bit and reduces that length for you somewhat. You might still end up having to lop some off at the end, but less of it. But yeah, that's kind of the situation.
Is Legacy? Sorry, go ahead.
We can't approve. We can approve some things about this, but we can't let it stay the way that it is.
Right.
But it would be easier on everyone probably if you just pushed it back toward the house.
Has Legacy been helping you through this process?
No.
I talked to them once and they said they'll do anything within their power to move it. I don't know.
Are they going to charge you for that?
Yes. They said they was going to charge me to tear it down and restock it, be 2,000 something, some change.
So
if they take it all the way down.
I will tell you my proposal and my motion that I'm going to make is that we continue this to give you more time to deal with both Legacy and the city, and to get an answer as to your next steps. When you return, if you still have to return because there is a variance, I would expect that Legacy be present with you because they are the ones who are supposed to be requesting the variance. You as the homeowner are responsible for as the applicant. However, because they are the ones who have installed it and they are the ones who have advised you on it and they are the ones who told you everything was going to be okay, I would expect that they would be the ones who come before the board and explain why that is the case. So I have a motion, Mr. Chair.
3 months, or how long you want to give them?
How long do you think it would take for you to meet with Legacy and potentially file or talk to them and the city? Do we know how long it takes to get before the right of way?
We can talk to the Public Works Department about getting
An answer?
a conversation started about the right of way. I'm, like we're all thinking, it's probably not going to be likely to get a encroachment permit from Public Works for the right of way. So
So 3 months would be enough.
3 months might be enough.
So we have April 8th and April 22nd as our meeting dates in April.
Can you tell me what day of the week that is?
Sure, those are all Wednesdays,
Oh.
always on a Wednesday.
Always Wednesday. Okay, the later one.
April 22nd, that'll give you enough time to talk to Legacy and possibly work with the city, but I agree with everyone here, that's probably not going to happen. But for sure, talk to Legacy and find out the cost to move it closer. That will eliminate a lot of these variances you're requesting, and Alec will work with you to get this resolved.
Okay.
Great. So April 22nd, did I hear that?
Okay.
Mr.
great.
Ventura?
Yes, that in the matter of 00162, docket number 13, I move that we continue this to the April 28th.
22nd.
22nd.
Yep.
Hearing to give the applicant opportunity to.
Second by Mr. Meyer.
Gorens.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you on April 22nd and get this thing resolved. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Sure.
Guys.
Well, have a good day.
And to you as well.
Ready for the next case?
Yeah, we're ready.
Docket item number 14 is case CD BZA 2025-174, a request to approve a variance to required setbacks to allow for a garage expansion on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 3/10 of an acre, generally located at 10 Morningside Drive. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. And we have the applicant. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Great. Just a brief comment for those people who have docket items later in the docket. The way we're going, I envision we will complete the docket today. So, with that in mind, let's see here. Do we have Castrop? No.
14.
No, I'm trying to figure out who the representative is.
That's me.
Okay, Mr. Castrop?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
All right. My name is Chris Castrop of Castrop Design Group. My address is 4318 West 54th Street, Roland Park, Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Castrop.
Is the applicant present, Mr. Castrop?
Are they coming?
No, they're not. They cannot make it.
Do we have an affidavit from them that you are their agent?
Well, I thought I sent that in with, and I could be wrong. I thought that was part of the application, that I was the applicant.
Yes, you're the applicant, but the
Oh.
owner consent affidavit.
I
I was
guess.
at the understanding that they were going to be here.
I thought they were. Unfortunately, he's a doctor. She's a nurse practitioner, so they could not make it today. No, I guess I don't have the necessary requirement for that. I apologize.
Can we go ahead and hear the case subject to them getting an approval? Sarah, how's that work? Elward, what's your comment?
I think that you have done that in the past. We don't consider it to be best practice. We can delay this case if the applicant is able to get the affidavit from them and have it sent to staff today. But you have done that in the past.
I recall once recently doing it, but it was for like an extremely straightforward case. I don't know if
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You're the attorney, please.
Don't tell people that.
Just pretend.
Yeah. I think I would make a motion to continue, to give the applicant an opportunity to get the affidavit.
Like for today or?
Well, do you think you could contact them and get the affidavit by this afternoon?
I will do my best, yes.
If you can get it to them by this afternoon, I think we would be fine hearing the
Yeah.
case at the end of our docket.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and that projected time would be what, 3,
Prob-
4 o'clock today?
No, probably no later than 3:30, just looking at what we've
Yeah.
got this afternoon.
Oh,
No
okay.
later than 3:30, so.
All right, well, let me check with my client and see if she can meet with me and we get that signed, and I guess it would have to be notarized as well, and then get it and bring it with me and on my person.
So
bring it with me.
they can send a copy, right?
Right?
Yep. So
Okay.
if you just
I'm
send
sure
them,
someone at the hospital could
they have a notary
notarize it, so.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right, well, that's what I'll try.
Okay.
So if
and-
for
and-
some,
And
oh,
for
go
some
ahead.
reason you don't, we'll delay you to the next meeting, which is the end of January.
Okay, very good, okay, well, I'm sorry about that.
It's
Sorry
all
about the
right.
confusion.
No worries.
So,
All right.
I'm emailing it to you right now.
Okay, great, thank you, Connor.
No problem.
All right.
Hey, before I leave, Sarah, do we have any hands raised on this case?
We had no hands raised on
Okay,
this
thank you.
case.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that, Connor. Sorry about
No
that.
worries.
That happens.
Send, you should get it in a couple of minutes.
Docket item number 15 is case CD BZA 2025-191, a request to approve a variance to the platted front setback in an R6 district to permit the reconstruction of a single-family dwelling, plus any additional variances on about 0.21 acres, generally located at 6017 McGee Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case, and we have the applicant. If you're a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no other hands
Hands?
raised online.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins, maybe? Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Tim Jenkins, 6017 McGee Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113.
Perfect.
I do.
Yeah, microphone.
Sorry, I do. Amy Jenkins, 6017 McGee Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113.
Right.
John Noblet, 7201 Central Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Right. I do or I don't?
I do.
Okay, great. Who's speaking on the case? One of the Jenkins or you, Mr. Nobler?
I can do. I'm
Okay,
happy.
great. I'm just going to ask about the administrative exhibits here in just a second. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Great, thank you. One of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin, the gentleman to your left. Please tell us about it today, Connor.
All right, I've got docket item 15, CD BZA 2025-191, located at 6017 McGee Street in an R6 zoning district. The request is to obtain a variance to the platted setback requirement to reconstruct a house in the same location it previously stood, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site with a closer look at the site itself outlined here in yellow. The house has suffered a fire and is no longer at that, does not look what it does right now. They plan on reconstructing. This is the submitted site plan. You'll see that there's a 50-foot platted front setback. This stretches the entire length of the block. And they are proposing to reconstruct 48.8 feet, so 1.2 feet ahead of that platted setback requirement. Again, that variance request is 1.2 feet to the platted setback to permit a front setback of 48.8 feet on the subject site, which is a 2.4% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. As I stated before, the original house was stated to be lost to a fire, and they are seeking to reconstruct on the existing foundation that was deemed suitable for reuse. Some houses on this block, just through a parcel viewer analysis, just with the measure tool, appear to meet the 50-foot platted setback, while others appear to extend into it already. But generally speaking, all of the houses here are generally aligned. The difficulty could be obviated by moving the home and foundation back 1.2 feet to meet that platted setback. However, this would obviously require constructing a new foundation, and it conflicts with the owner's desires to reconstruct the home in the same location and the same footprint that it originally stood. And I think I've left additional information under the variance review criteria in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Questions? And Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins, I'm in sympathy with your home. A friend of mine had one on 57th Street, totally destroyed, had to rebuild, took a couple years to do. So I'm in sympathy of what happened to you. So I'm sorry that happened. But be that as it may, why should we approve your request today?
You know, we had the fire, it's been over a year now. Our plan has always been to build back in the same spot, on the same footprint, a house that from the street looks very similar to the way it did before. 2-story stucco, windows in the same spots, doors in the same spots. It's gonna look almost identical to the house that was there before. You know, we really just want to be a part of the neighborhood. We want to build a house that fits with the character of the neighborhood. And we think it does. I've gotten letters from both of our neighbors that sit to either side of us and the neighbor across the street. Only one did not have time to have his,
It's
have
all
his
right.
notarized, but
Yeah, you're fine. We've never seen a request so small.
Yeah.
You don't need to go very much.
Yeah.
further.
okay, I'll be quiet.
Just make an introduction.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr.
On
Hayes.
docket item, on case number 191, docket item 15, I move
comment
that. Oh, do we need to?
What?
Public comment.
Oh, public comment? They said no hands raised.
Yeah, there were no hands raised on that.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me.
On
Thank you.
case 191, docket item 15, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with site plan staff report.
Motion from Mr. Hayes, second from someone?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Gorence.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved. Thank you for coming.
Thank you
Best of
for
luck.
coming
Yeah.
before you
Good
start
luck
the
to you.
building.
So we'll take a break around 12:30 for lunch. So just let's do another case or two.
One moment. Okay. Docket item number 17 is case CD BZA 2025-177, a request to appeal a determination related to an unpermitted use at the subject site zoned R 1.5 and addressing the zoning violation on about 2.6 acres generally located at 8510 Troost Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who is interested in this case, please raise your hand online or come to the center table. Do we have I don't have any hands raised online.
Do we have New Reflections Technical Institute?
No.
Shion Givens, it looks like.
Now, anyone interested in this case at 8510 Troost, please raise your hand online. Hey,
Not seen anybody?
nope.
We'll pause that one too.
Okay.
Anna, maybe you can reach out to them.
Have you heard from them?
Yeah, I had a meeting with them too. So,
Yeah,
I
people.
know.
Well, it sounds like this might be a youth thing.
Yeah.
Docket item number 19.
Okay. Oh, that one.
Yeah, docket item number 19 is case CD BZA 2025-169, a request to approve a variance to permit a shorter setback for a detached garage plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.3 acres generally located at 101 East 36th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. If you are the property owner, I have the applicant. We have the applicant online. I'll promote Mike Schumacher to panelist.
And he submitted an owner consent form.
He did?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on Compass KP.
Wonderful. Any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Mr. Schumacher, if you would turn on your camera and microphone.
No other hands raised, I'm assuming, Sarah?
We have no other hands raised online.
Wait to hear from you, Mr. Schumacher.
Yes,
once you-
I'm here trying to get my camera going, sorry.
Great, no worries.
Ron.
All
There
right.
you are.
There we
Please
go.
raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Michael Schumacher, 2423 Fayette Street, North Kansas City, Missouri, 64116.
Great. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Salderi on your case. Please tell us about it.
All right, we got docket item number 19, CDBCA 2025-169, located on 101 East 36th Street, Zone R-6, and the applicant seeks to obtain variance to the distance requirement between the existing primary structure and the proposed detached garage. All right, so the subject site is located right here in the Midtown area. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And this used to be a garage, I believe, but it has
A carriage house, I believe, a long time ago.
Yeah, it's just been demolished since. And so this is the site plan. Let me zoom in. So this is the proposed detached garage, and this the 6 foot 11 feet distance from the house. And this is just one of the elevations of what like the front of that garage will look like. And these are just some pictures of the subject side of the side where the garage will be located. So there is only one variance request before you today. It's a variance of 3.08 feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a distance of 6.91 feet from the existing primary structure to the proposed detached garage on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 30.8% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So just based on parcel viewer, it seems that other nearby properties have accessory structures that meet the distance requirements. Well, there was an existing detached structure on the southeast corner of the lot that met the distance requirements, and is to be, well, now it is to be demolished or has been demolished. I'm sorry. I don't quite remember, but the proposed detached garage can be placed in the same spot to avoid the need for variance. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Have we seen this case before?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
You're thinking of one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a very similar one.
Very similar one, yes. Okay. Board members, questions of Ms. Salderi? None? Mr. Schumacher, why should we approve your request today, sir?
I just wanted to go through, so this is in the old Hyde Park district. So we've already gone through the landmark approval process as far as the materials and making it look like it is in context with the rest, not just the property, but the neighborhood. And we have gotten approval from them as far as the materials and the look and all of that addressed, pushing it to, so with the accessory structure, knowing that you can be 18 inches away from the property line. And so trying to maintain that and then seeing how much more is needed to get the 2-car garage in. I guess that was this being another thing that we've dealt with was the address is on 60 or 36th Street, but the it's actually, I mean, where the front yard is always been awkward just because of the age of the property and how things were done then and now, which has led to, there's the previous carriage house that they're wanting to keep as much as their backyard as possible. That's why they don't want to push the detached garage all the way back. And the other concern I had was then that adds that much more driveway and impervious material to get the garage, into the backyard or, past. I mean, I would assume anything, as long as it stays 10 feet away from the primary structure, that would be the limiting factor on how far forward it could be, if I'm not mistaken. but it's the, impermeable, adding driveway, the impervious surface, which, that's another criteria that we want to make sure we meet. And, also that, we have made efforts to make it look like it's, in context and fits with the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Has the homeowner's insurance carrier expressed any concern with the accessory structure being so close?
That I do not know. I hadn't thought of that.
I believe you mentioned, but would you mind repeating why the property owner doesn't want this
It pushed
garage in
back.
the same, I'm sorry, the same footprint as the carriage house, other than the driveway length, I suppose?
And it's much bigger than what is needed. And also it's part of that is that is having more of a backyard so that it's not there with the corner lot and how things are arranged, that doesn't leave a big open area, and they're trying to preserve as much of their backyard as they can.
Have you double checked the property line location?
The survey is accurate from what I and I mean I believe it is, yes.
One board member, I don't see a clear, based off the review criteria of variance, I don't see a clear hardship or practical difficulty here that would warrant the variance. The existing carriage house is proof that you could put something similar there. And it doesn't appear that the impervious surface would exceed
The
trigger any
allowable.
other necessary
Okay.
variances, but
Sure.
that's just my opinion as one board member.
Did you say that there's a homeowners association or a
It is in a historic district. So we've already gone through that process to get their approval for the, making it look like it's in context, and
they have an opinion on the location?
they do not. Well, other than that, if it's visible from the street, or, if you can see it, they have an opinion, basically, type of thing.
But not for where it's proposed here.
No, whether it's, 10 feet back or 10 feet forward, as long as it looks like it should be there, that's what they're concerned with.
The historic preservation can only opinionate on the facade and aesthetic, but not on
Correct.
any zoning
Correct.
rules.
Yeah, as one board member, I would share Jazz's concern as well, that there doesn't seem to be a justification for the variance. I personally would also be concerned, given the age of the house, whether or not the homeowner's insurance company might have a problem with its location, given the fire risk that it would.
Well, and it's currently being completely renovated. It's not being occupied at the moment. The interior is being completely redone. So through that, I'm sure that the insurance company will, knowing that it's newer construction, they tend to like that versus the old knob and tube that was probably in there.
Are they gutting the entire internal structure?
They are making whole scale, changing out the electrical system and all of that. And I have not been involved with the interior part. The owner is a general contractor, and he's taking care of anything on the inside. It's just, I don't know, until he needs me for the landmarks and in zoning and anything like that. He's been dealing with the non-structural interior renovation parts of it.
So Mr. Schumacher, you need 2 negative votes kill this thing. So I hear 2 board members who are concerned. We could continue this case for you to come back with a modified design, or we could proceed forward.
No, I think I'd like to explain the situation to my client and see if I can find another solution. And if that, I would like to keep it in the mix until next time if possible. Yes.
Well, our docket, January 28th is kind of full. You need a quorum and I'm gone the month of February. So your next opportunity would be March 11.
If that's what it is, then there you go.
Yep.
So if, I'm not sure what you mean by modified, but because what we talked about was pushing it back, that would most likely meet the requirements. That
Right.
wouldn't need a variance.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm just giving him an opportunity to come back March 11, but if he solves it by then,
He'll actually doesn't have to
we'll
come
dismiss the, what?
He doesn't have to come back.
No, no.
Right. I guess if I saw any other way of solving it would require meeting the setback requirements.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, then I don't believe we need to continue then, because I'll address it some other way.
Well, we can't dismiss the case. I'm confused. Help me. Sarah, so do we dismiss it? Because if we dismiss it or we turn it down, I guess we could deny it.
Dismiss the case.
Yeah, okay.
Well, what's the difference between a dismissal and a
Well,
denial?
so it sounds like the applicant's saying that they're going to solve the problem by moving it back.
Or a single car garage, or I don't,
Right.
yeah.
So something compliant. And if
Right.
if that's the case, then yeah, it sounds like they're agreeing to do that. And if they were to not do that, we would know. And if they were to build it improperly, then we would know, and then we'd have a
Right.
different problem.
My next step is going through the permit process, and if they're not, yeah, they would flag it then yeah.
You can continue it as a courtesy to the applicant. If he discovers that there is some need for a variance, then they could come back in March without needing to, reapply.
Right.
We could always dismiss it in March just in
I-
case. You can also dismiss it if the applicant is saying, I'll find another way and we don't need you to consider this. You can just dismiss it. Or you could vote on to approve or deny.
With a minor variance, maybe it just needs, a foot or something really minor in March.
Well, so and they can voluntarily dismiss, right?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I think the board still has to approve the dismissal.
You all still
They
want to
would-
dismiss.
They
it,
don't
but
have to
They wouldn't have to appear. He could just let us know, we've solved this problem and don't need the variance, and the case could be dismissed in March.
Okay. Well then I have a motion then, in the
Case number 175.
Uh,
No, that's not.
169.
69.
in the case of 00169, docket number 19, I move that we continue this matter until March. If the applicant still requires a variance at that time, and if not, then the applicant can voluntarily dismiss, and does not have to appear, is my understanding.
March
11th?
11th?
11. Yes.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, by Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura,
All right.
Ebbets.
That
Thank you
makes
very
sense?
much.
That makes sense, Mr. Schumacher?
All right, yes, it does. I'll let you know.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to take a pause till 1:05, 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
30 minutes by that one or that.
I don't know. Actually, yeah, 1:05
This
is
one
good.
here's
Yeah.
closer.
Yeah, that's right.
No trouble.
do that first, so you call him.
I told him he didn't need to stay.
Okay, well, let's call him, just deal with it. Thank you.
There go.
Alec, we good? Oh, no. Are we good? Or do we?
You have the audio on?
There we go.
No. All right, well, back to the afternoon session of the January 14 Board of Zoning Adjustment docket. Please call the case, Sarah.
The next item is just a continuance. So docket item number 17, case CD BZA 2025-177, a request to appeal a determination related to an unpermitted use at the subject site zoned R1.5 on about 2.6 acres generally located at 8510 Troost Avenue. The applicant has requested a continuance to February 11th, which staff is in agreement with. This would be with fee.
With fee?
Yes.
Okay. Docket number 7. I have a motion. Is there any discussion on that?
Well,
from the
there's no
public?
motion yet.
Oh, yeah, we have
said-
no motion, sorry.
If
So we're waiting for a motion from board members, right? And do we see
Doc-
hands raised on this item?
There are no hands raised online.
docket item 7 with the, what was the
17.
date? of it?
17. It's case number 177. It would be continuance to February 11th with fee.
Okay, on case number 177, docket item 17, I move that we continue the case until our February 11th meeting with fee.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes, second by Mr. Meyer.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That matter's acted upon. And our next case is, Sarah?
That takes us to docket item number 20, case CD BZA 2025-175, a request to approve a variance to the location of an accessory structure plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 703 East 30th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner, and we have the applicant here today. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
All right. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. And if so, please say I do along with your name and address.
I do. Jessica Ross, 703 East 30th Street, KCMO 64109.
Thank you, Jessica.
I do. Stephen Baugh, 5913 Northeast Hidden Valley Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. There are a list of administrative exhibits that are associated with your case. They are labeled, or they're tagged 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Great, thank you. Part of that is a presentation to the fine gentleman to your left, Connor Tomlin. Please tell us about the case, Connor.
Okay, we have docket item 20, CD BZA 2025-175, located at 703 East 30th Street in an R1.5 zoning district. The request is to obtain a variance to the location of an accessory structure to permit a dumpster for a multi-unit building to exist within the front yard of the subject site, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. A closer look at the site outlined in yellow. This is the dumpster in question, and then this is the site plan submitted. You may be able to read it a bit easier in your staff reports. This red section here is where the dumpster is going to be located and screened. So the variance request is a variance of complete deviation to the location of an accessory structure to permit a dumpster to be located in the front yard of the subject site. That is a 100% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as accessory structures, more specifically dumpster enclosures, are not commonly located in the front yards of subject sites and are often screened by a tall wall or solid fence to obstruct their view. While the applicant is proposing screening for the dumpster is still in a non-permitted location, however, I do have additional information under the variance review criteria section of the staff report. The difficulty could be obviated by finding an alternative location for the dumpster. This said, staff recognizes that the applicant's statement that there is no other suitable locations on the property for this dumpster. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Great. Board members, any questions of Connor? All right, why should we, no hands raised, are there, Sarah, today?
There were no hands
Okay,
raised.
why should we approve your request today?
Okay, so the issue with the refuse disposal actually kind of started back in 2020. I've been with, this is an affordable living community. It's an 8-plex. I've been with Save Inc. for about 11 years. So before my tenure there, we had an agreement with the apartment complex across the street so that our tenants could use their dumpster. And that worked for many years until that owner or the property manager just ceased that immediately. So then so if you'll notice, like the building takes up most of the lot. There's just very little yardage or anywhere to put a dumpster. We did end up renting about 6 bins from Ted's Trash along the alleyway, but then we got violated from Casey codes because the bins were not accessible or acceptable for an 8-plex. So the previous CEO, who's no longer with our agency, and CFO, carved out, that used to be just landscaping. So then they carved out that little area for the pad. And so legitimately, I think it would need a fence around it. That's the only place. There's no backyard. The alleyway isn't acceptable. Even you'll see that's to the west of the building. The actual front, it right up to the sidewalk is landscaping, so there's no area there. So that's literally the only place to put any kind of refuse disposal for a HUD-funded property.
You have one,
What's that?
you just have one Ted's Trash container?
Code says you can't have it in the front or the side yard, but you have no rear yard, so.
And we tried the alleyway and they didn't, and that wasn't appropriate either.
As we
So,
said on a previous case, can't really do much in the
yeah.
right of way, so.
And it has to be accessible because it's affordable housing for people with disabilities, so they need to be able to access it. And so
If you don't have, given the type of tenants that you have in the building that you have, if you don't have a trash refuge, are you in violation of some sort of code or regulation?
yeah, we would be in violation of HUD policy.
Okay, and that would require you to close, or?
Most likely, yeah, yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
One
Do we-
question.
Oh, sure, sorry, go ahead.
Does it require 6-foot or 8-foot fence around it? I know
We would like to put a fence around that. If you'll notice, Ted's is not consistent with putting that back on the pad and it sticks out onto the sidewalk. Plus it's there on the side, so there is some people feel free to dump. And I think having a fence around that would force Ted's to put that back on the pad each time. It would limit the dumping issue and just be more sightly and present better to the neighborhood.
We having to approve something with a fence today?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just the pad. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself.
I don't believe so as far as the straining 88-425-08B for mechanical equipment. Oh, I'm sorry, that's for utility cabinets. 08A is for dumpsters. It states trash containers, dumpsters, trash compactors, and recycling bins associated with multi-unit residential and non-residential uses must be screened from public view on all sides with a solid fence, wall, or gate constructed of cedar, redwood, masonry, or similar building material.
This might be a funny question. What height of the fence would you put around?
I guess a wooden one.
Well, so I guess my question would be, would it be better if you had plans for the fence drawn up and submitted as part of this variance request, so we could just deal with all of it at one time? Because without the fence, like, you have to have the fence, right? Like, it's required. So it would make sense, I think, to just do both at the same time, if that's possible, Connor.
Sure. There's not a request for the fence being heard, to my understanding. Their plan does state a fence will be approximately 5 to 6 feet tall.
Right. Can they supplement their application to include a fence request, or would that have to be something completely different?
might defer to Sarah on this. I mean, do we?
The offense, it would
Yeah.
be screening. It's not actually considered, I understand that
Yeah.
it, we would not actually consider it offense, it would be screening.
So we wouldn't need to approve a variance for it?
I don't believe that you do.
Okay, okay.
There's common sense and just
I'll make a motion, unless we need to.
I just want you to have to come back next month.
I
Do we
think
need
we're
to
good unless
public-
Jessica wants to say something else and talk
public
herself into a
testimony?
hole again.
I would say just be
Yeah,
very
yeah.
sure that whatever fencing or wall or whatever you put up complies with the code. so that you don't have to come back and deal with it, especially because I imagine it's gonna have to be permanent.
Yeah.
And so just
We'll go
make
through
sure it's-
codes and make
yeah.
sure that everything's legitimate.
Good. Okay, Mr. Hayes?
We don't need to entertain public comment, do we?
There were no hands raised.
Okay. On case number 175, docket number 20, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Second from someone?
second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Motion is passed. You are approved.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Docket item number 21 is case CD BZA 2025-195. A request to approve a variance to the residential accessory building standards, plus any other needed variances in an R2.5 zoning district on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 410 North Drury Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner on this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We don't have any hands raised online.
Mr. Holbrook, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Good afternoon to you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Andy Holbrook, 410 North Drury Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64123.
Thank you, Andy. There is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we would like to admit for your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
I do not.
Great. Do we have your permission to admit them?
You.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie Saldari to your left.
Okay. Good afternoon. We have docket item 21, CDBCA 2025-195, located on 410 North Drury Avenue, zone R-2.5, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to the distance requirement between the existing primary structure and the proposed detached garage. Okay, so the subject site is located on the east side of the city. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And this is the site plan. So here is the proposed garage. It is less than 10 feet away from the deck. And it will be accessed through the alleyway behind the property. And this is just a photo of that backyard. This shed is to be removed. So we have one variance request before you today. It is a variance of 4.3 feet to the accessory structure standards to permit a distance of 5.7 feet from the existing primary structure to the proposed detached garage on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 43% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, so just based off looking at parcel viewer. It looks like other nearby properties have accessory structures that meet the distance requirements, except for one property, but to staff's knowledge, this property does not have an approved variance. So there is a utility pole right outside the property line, south of where the proposed driveway will be placed. So due to this, the driveway itself cannot be moved further south and be aligned with the proposed detached garage. But the detached garage could be moved 4.3 feet south to meet the 10-foot requirement, and the driveway design can be revised to meet the detached garage. And this is that utility pole right outside the property. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do board members have questions, Ms. Saldari?
So Stephanie, just so I understand the orientation, this picture on page 6 of the staff report, that's where the driveway would be, where that little structure is, that little shed?
A little shed, yes.
Okay. And so the plans are drawn the way they are because that's power pole line would be in the way
Mm.
if it was somewhere different.
Yeah, if the driveway, at least like the driveway opening is moved down, it can't because of that utility pole.
So, okay, so looking at the site plan that's been provided,
Mhm.
that power pole, I assume is the PP listed? That circle with the
Oh,
PP
okay.
next to it?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, I thought it was south for some reason.
that's okay. All right, well, then I think, okay, so I guess we'll hear from the applicant then. I just want to make sure I was where we were. Okay.
What's the rear setback requirement?
For a detached garage,
Uh-huh.
1.5 feet. So it has to be 1.5 feet away from any property line, but if there is, oh, okay. If there is an alley, it can abut the alley.
Okay.
Oh, and it looks like, okay, so there's several, so this is built on 2 lots or 3 lots? 2 lots. So this is lot 20 and 21.
Yeah,
correct?
but they
Okay.
are consolidated.
And that, okay, I see. And how far is it from the lot 2021 boundary? There's not
This
a
one?
distance.
Yeah, it's 6.7 feet
Oh, that's what this is.
and then 23 feet from the northern property line.
All right, Mr. Holbrook, why should we grant your request today, sir?
I would be grateful because I would be the first one to hit the power pole. It's gonna make it a chore to get in and out of there, so if I had more room. You know, a normal man would blame his wife, but no, it'd be me. So, I mean, I can move it a little bit forward, but I still would need space because of the size of my truck and her vehicle, and it's a 2-car garage.
You have an existing garage now?
No.
Okay. Understood.
So, and this might just be because the way I'm looking at this, I guess my question is, can the proposed garage be moved closer to the property line so that it's further away from the house and further away from the power pole?
I could, but I was under the understanding that you had to be 6 feet away from the property line.
Well, staff just clarified that you could be, you just said up
Mm.
to the rear property line. You could abut the property line if you wanted.
Well, he can abut the rear
Oh,
property line.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the house itself has maybe confusion came from there. The house itself needs to be like 5 feet away from the property line, but accessory structures have that 1.5 foot.
Mhm.
Yeah, unless it's an ADU, but it's not an ADU.
And you
I
said something about
Either
the
way, I would
alley.
need a variance for it, so.
Well, I don't know that that's true because it kind of sounds like if you move this garage south as it's displayed on this site plan,
Mhm.
that it would, if you put it 1.5 feet from your property line, that would put it 10 feet away from the house. So you wouldn't need a variance. Because it looks like there's a 5.7 inch or 5'7" distance right now. And if you're saying there's 6.5 feet there, and if you take out 5 feet to move the garage down, I guess eastward is the direction it is.
Yeah.
If you move the garage 5 feet east towards the property line of 2021, then you would have that 10-foot separation between the garage and the house.
Yeah, so you would need 4.3 feet to
Yeah.
more. The 10 feet.
So it sounds like, actually, it sounds like if you just move your proposed garage closer to your property line,
Towards the neighbor.
at least 5 feet, then you won't need a variance.
Okay, all right, I would have done that, but
Well,
I
and you
was
still,
assuming that it was 5.
you still can, and that's why we're saying, that's why I'm saying, you still can. You can, we can either dismiss it or continue it, so you can do that, and then you don't have to come back. Because you wouldn't need a variance, as long as you comply with all the other measurements.
I would much rather move it over, honestly, because I would be out of that power pole.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yep. So if you do that, then
We'll do a continuance and I'll change the drawings and submit it.
yeah, if you want to submit it to city staff to make sure that it's correct, I guess.
Mhm.
And then if it is, then we can just dismiss it, right?
Yeah.
You won't have to come back up. He'll find out first.
Yeah. Well, he'll just find out, they'll just check to make sure the measurements are correct. And as long as the measurements are correct, then you don't have to come back because you won't need a variance.
Okay with that. I'm just trying to follow the codes.
And thank you for coming before you build the structure.
I've made a mistake and did my back porch. So I learned from that and I'm still paying for that, so.
Well,
Paying.
we do appreciate you coming beforehand because it does solve a lot of problems.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Turned out right, though.
What's that?
This turned out right, maybe.
Hey, I'm batting 50.
All right, so
Wait, I need to make them.
Do we,
Yeah.
so we're
That's
not
okay.
continuing, we're just,
we're going to continue it to give him an opportunity to submit updated plans. And if the updated plans come back that it's, all the measurements are correct, then.
be
he'll
like
ju-
the other case.
Yeah, well, he'll just voluntarily dismiss it.
2 weeks or a month.
No, March 11, because I'm not here.
Oh, that's right.
If you want a quorum,
Yeah.
so
It-
March 11.
Is March 11th enough time for you to submit updated plans? Okay. So in the matter of 00195, docket number 21, I make a motion, we continue the matter to the March 11th hearing. And if the applicant can meet the requirements before then the applicant doesn't need to appear.
Yeah, I have a motion, Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, from Mr. Gorens.
Aye.
Sorry, I'm catching up. Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Hopefully we won't see you, but if we do, we'll see you March 11. Thank you, sir.
Docket item number 23 is case CD BZA 2025-192, a request to approve a variance for a smaller setback of a swimming pool, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.22 acres, generally located at 11105 North Wabash Avenue. Our applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised.
Hands
online.
raised? No one's in the room except you guys. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your names and addresses. Let's go with the lady first.
I do. Danita Katita, 11105 North Wabash Avenue, KCMO 64155.
Thank you, Danita.
I do. Scott Katita, same address, or 11105 North Wabash Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. And both of you said I do. I know I heard Danita, but okay, thank you. Who's ever speaking on the case today, we've got a list of administrative exhibits. They're associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those? And if not, do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Okay, admitted. Those are admitted. And part of that is a presentation again by Miss Stephanie on your case.
All right, we got docket item number 23, CDBCA 2025-192, 11105 North Wabash Avenue, Zone R-6, and the applicant seeks to obtain a variance to permit a shorter rear setback for a proposed swimming pool in the backyard. The subject site is located in the northern part or northeastern part of the city. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And so this is the site plan with the pool in the back, and this is the pool zoomed in. So it's about 7 feet away from that rear property line. And this is just like a rendering of the pool, of what it will look like. Here's a photo of the backyard, and there should be a few more photos attached to the staff report. And so we have one variance request. It's a variance of 3 feet to the swimming pool standards to permit a rear setback of 7 feet for a proposed swimming pool on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 30% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So per parcel viewer, the other nearby properties seem compliant because they do not have swimming pools or accessory structures. The difficulty could be avoided by either moving the pool closer to the existing house by 3 feet or reducing the width of the pool on the east side by 3 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members, any questions of Ms. Soldari?
What's the minimum required setback between the pool and the house?
So there is no minimum required setback since pools are not considered structures because they're in ground.
Okay.
All right. Why should we approve your request today?
Have 4 granddaughters that really want one.
Pull the microphone closer too. For the court.
Sorry.
You're good.
We moved into this house. The backyard looked great for a pool. We had one at our old house. The grandkids really want one.
Yeah, we were surprised when we did the survey that the
Yeah.
yard was a lot smaller than it looked when we looked at the house. So we've done everything we could do, like go on a smaller pool. I know she said we could go even smaller, but 14 is about as small as we would be willing to go. And we also thought we had to be 10 feet away from the deck also. So that's why the 7 and 7 is what so if we don't have to be 10 feet from the deck, then maybe that's less of an issue, but.
Yeah.
All right.
Do they have to be 10 feet from the deck?
No, only the property line.
That's what we were told by the builders. We had to be 10 from, that's why I came up with the 7 and the 7.
You know what? I appreciate builders who actually care. But in this instance, it sounds like they were incorrect. So if you're able to move your pool 3 feet closer to the house, then
But that would be 10 and 4 feet from the deck. And we'd prefer to go 7 and 7, just a little far from the house, just for safety reasons maybe, but.
Was your impression that they were saying that for code reasons or for?
We thought it was
okay.
to code. We had to be 10 feet to code.
all right, so you want it where you want it where it's proposed for safety reasons.
Yeah.
To have the distance from the porch to the pool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Concrete pool?
It's a
Yeah.
fiberglass.
Board members, questions, comments, motions?
You check your survey against your property description?
Like when we bought the house?
Well, now that you've gotten the
Oh,
survey.
yes, yeah,
on there.
yeah, it's all, we had the survey done and they took the survey to do the dig plan.
Okay.
So it's.
So they've
it-
looked at, they have the legal description of your property
Yeah,
and the survey
yes,
and everything.
yeah.
like that. Okay. And that, you say that house, that area behind you is North Kansas City School?
Yeah, it's all wooded area. Their school's quite a ways from there. We can see it when the trees kind of lose their leaves, but it's half a mile probably to the school, and it's all just a wooded area to that.
And the fence that you reference in your report or in your statement here, that's the code, the fence that's required by code, right?
Correct, all right, and we put it all the way around the pool, not the yard, is what we're planning on doing.
And is it going to be a privacy fence or are you going to be able to see through it?
See through it,
What kind of materials?
like aluminum or
Probably aluminum or composite, whichever.
something strong. We were,
Yeah.
something was,
Self-locking when you, we have 6 granddaughters, so we're not gonna take any chances at all.
Do they need a variance for the height? The proposed height is 5 feet.
It's in the backyard, so it's fine.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we were planning on 5 feet anyway, so.
The building official says that an in-ground pool does not have to be 10 feet from a structure.
Then I have a motion in the matter of 00192. Move to approve the variance requested in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved, and we'll look forward to seeing the grandkids splashing around there in no time.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
What weekend do you want us up there?
Yeah, that's right.
You have our address.
Oh, that's right. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay. Docket item number 24 is case CD BZA 2025-179, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to a setback for a detached dwelling unit on the subject site, zoned R6, on about 0.46 acres, generally located at 10115 North Kansas Court.
Can't say anything. Hi, have a seat.
Hi. So per the staff reports, this appeal case was filed late. So at this time, we just need to determine if the board wants to hear the case. Considering that the appeal case was filed late. And then if the board determines that, then we'll discuss the full merits of the case at that selected date.
You've been here all day.
How late is the appeal?
So there's two ways you could look at it. The zoning determination that is at the root of the issue, that was the appeal case was filed 411 days. 411 days after the zoning review was completed. There had been lots of correspondence with city staff since that date where we emailed out and made like really reaffirming the zoning review that occurred on, hold on, October 14th. So the case was filed 19 days after the email went out of multiple emails
So
sent to the applicant.
so it was filed 19 days late or 411 days late?
We believe that it was filed 411 days late because that was the true zoning
Okay.
review date. But we will acknowledge that they're working off of the October 14th date, we assume, because that's when one of our last emails went out regarding this issue.
Okay, so they engaged with staff and then 19 days after your last conversation, this appeal was filed.
Yes.
Okay.
19 days after that last email correspondence came out.
When was the first correspondence?
Okay, I'll read over the entire timeline. So there was a zoning review done for a residential permit to construct a detached dwelling unit. And that zoning review was approved on October 2nd, 2024. And then the appeal applicant started making their concerns known to city staff and city council members. And after that correspondence occurred, we even went out to the site with the council member and looked at the property, discussed everything, and reaffirmed through this entire process that the zoning review conducted on October 2nd, 2024 was correct. After that site visit, we sent out another email, which was dated October 14th, where we reconfirmed that the zoning review was correct, and that was the October 14th date. Appeals have to be filed 15 days after a zoning decision, which is why we say, well, the zoning decision technically happened on October 2nd, 2024. But the case was filed 19 days after that last email correspondence went out.
How much time passed between the October 2nd and them engaging the city staff?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
It sounds like it was a couple months, roughly.
Was it like days, weeks, months, years?
I mean, I don't know that we can specifically say, you might ask that question to the applicant.
And to clarify, you mean the appeal was submitted 19 days after their deadline to file an appeal, right?
No.
That's what it says in the staff
Yes,
report.
yes.
So they had 15 days. I
Had
mean, but
15 days.
They filed it like 34 days or so.
After the email.
After the
went out.
email.
Yes. Yeah. But the procedurally, we offer this option for cases that are filed late, so the applicant can advocate for why the case should be heard despite them filing the appeal case late.
Okay, and do they have any recourse if the denial is not, or if the appeal is not heard?
They can appeal your decision not to hear the appeal, and that would go to state court.
Okay. All right, well,
Uh, I'll make a motion, just to, in the sense of saving resources and time. In the case of 00179, move to grants the opportunity to review the appeal. Is that correct?
You're going to hear the appeal.
Yes. That we hear the, okay. In 00179, make a motion that we hear the appeal.
Pick a date.
second by Mr. Meyer.
You just need to pick a date for when to.
Oh, can it not be today?
No, the staff report does not contain all of the information for the, yeah.
Okay.
Because it was filed late, the first question is, will you hear
Before you
it?
go through the whole thing.
Yes.
I see.
If you are going to hear it, then you also need to select a date.
So March 11th, I guess, since you'll be back.
Well, let me, can I ask a question?
I don't believe, is Mr. Ebbets, is this form?
You're not part of the quorum, yep.
Oh, that's true. There isn't. Oh. I would be.
I don't
We will not have heard the case.
We,
Yeah,
we
you won't
haven't
have heard
heard
the
really
case.
any information on the case.
yet.
Fresh today, right?
So you can pick any date.
But not this coming January. It's got to be
No.
February.
Don't worry, Ken, you're
Yeah,
here.
no, he can.
How
pick
much
any
time
date in
does this,
February.
how much time does city staff need to prepare?
I would be ready next hearing, but yeah.
Are our caseloads okay next hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure.
All right. That's February.
No, it's January
January
28th or
28th.
something.
Yeah, I have it here. It's 28th.
28 January.
Okay. All right. All right. So in the matter of 00179, docket number 24, I move that we grant a hearing on the appeal
January 28th.
on January 28th.
Second.
Second by Meyer.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Nay.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. See you on the 28th.
So I will say, I will want to know at least reasonings for the time delays. And expect those to be addressed. Thank you.
Be related to George?
One more time?
Be related to George Costello.
No, George. Okay. Good. Otherwise, I'd have to repeat.
No.
Docket item number 25 is case CD BZA 2024-176, a request to approve a variance to the distance requirements for an accessory structure, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 0.26 acres generally located at 4933 North Chelsea Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. You are the applicant.
Be Maria.
Oh, yes. Her hand is raised. I will promote you to panelist. Any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Maria, if you would please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
I'm not quite there yet. Just give me a second.
Sure.
My staff reports. Take.
Report.
Which one did you go back to? I'm sorry.
It's number
This is number
20, it's case
25.
number.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
it's
Can you hear
not
me
the
now?
Old docket number.
Yes.
So the staff report that at least I'm seeing is for a different case. It's for,
No, it's the same case. It's just, this was continued from last hearing because we had a very full docket, but nothing has been updated. So
So-
still the
the case number on the staff report is 00174.
Right.
And then the one on the docket is 00176. But it looks like they are the same address.
Okay.
So an 8/22 date on it.
Oh, I see a December 10th date.
I see December 10th date as well.
Okay, which one's the correct?
Be the December 10th.
No, I mean,
Number.
which one's the correct case
Yeah,
number?
176.
176?
Yeah.
Okay, because
This one.
okay, so the case number on the staff report is 74. That's incorrect.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure we
Okay.
have the right one. All right.
Okay. After all that, do we have Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
All right, so
Hi. One
hello.
second. Do we have any other people?
Yes, we have another hand raised online from Viola Maxwell. I'll promote you to panelist.
What was that name, Sarah?
Viola Maxwell, you do need to accept the promotion to panelist. Please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Miss Maxwell, do you hear us?
Viola Maxwell, you need to turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Now,
I hear you. And you're interested on this case on Chelsea Avenue, yes?
not on Chelsea Avenue. I just wanted to say that my case number is 00176.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to start, Ms. Maxwell, I'll send you a chat message.
Mhm. Okay.
I know, it's different one.
Oh, docket 16 has the same case, or 24 and 25, 2025, 1676, and 2024, 176.
I need that one.
Oh, because one is 2024, one's 2025. So they end in the same.
I swear in Miss Alvarez, or we still need to talk about this case number?
Thing. Miss Viola's were on a case coming up soon.
Yeah,
Why
she's
don't
not.
you can go ahead with the North Chelsea case and I'll talk to Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. All right. Miss Alvarez, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes,
And please state your name and address for the court reporter.
it's Maria Alvarez and address is 4933 North Chelsea Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri 64119.
Thank you. We have a list of administrative exhibits that are associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Go ahead, please.
So no questions?
No.
Okay, great. And okay to admit?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Salderi on your case. Stephanie, tell us about it.
All right, so we got docket item number 25, and then it looks like I wrote a 4 instead of a 6, but it's CDBCA 2024-176, 4933 North Chelsea Avenue, Zone R-6, and the applicant seeks to obtain variance to the separation distance requirements in the required setback for a proposed accessory dwelling unit. And the subject site is located just south of I-35 up north. Highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And then this is the site plan for this ADU. So on the left-hand side, I zoomed it in more, but this is where the ADU will be, and it is proposed 4 feet away from the property line, but there are exterior stairs that basically make it 0 feet away from the property line. And these are the elevations for it. And then these are photos from the backyard. And then, so we got variance request A. So that's a variance of 4 feet to the accessory building standards to permit an ADU to have a separation distance of 6 feet to an existing shed on the subject site per submitted site plan. So this is a 40% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. So to staff's knowledge, and by looking at parcel viewer, the other nearby properties have accessory structures that meet the separation requirements. The stairs for the ADU are too close to the existing shed. The stairs could be moved to another side of the building or be placed inside the building. And then the stairs over here on the right-hand side are less than 10 feet away from the shed. The building itself is 10 feet, but again, the stairs being there as part of the building, it makes it less than 10 feet. Variance request B is a variance of 5 feet to the ADU standards to permit a setback of 0 feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. And then again, to staff's knowledge, in looking on parcel viewer, other nearby properties do not have an ADU or detached garage with a 0-foot setback. The ADU could be brought closer to the primary structure to meet the 5-foot setback and still meet the 10-foot separation requirement between the proposed ADU and the primary structure. And then again, it's showing here the stairs right at the property line. Variance request C is a variance to permit the proposed placement of exterior stairs on an ADU on the subject site per submitted site plan. So basically our ADU standards, there's one section that says the stairs must be placed on the interior of the lot. And so the stairs are on basically the exterior, like facing the neighbor. So this is a complete deviation. And this, there is a anticipated change to the character of the neighborhood. So the stairs are facing the lot southwest of the subject site. This could interfere with the privacy of the neighboring property. And the stairs that are facing the lot southwest of the subject site, the stairs can be moved to the west side of the ADU or be accessed from the inside of the building. And then just going back, they could be put inside or put on this side here. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Stephanie? All right. Ms. Alvarez, why should we approve your request today?
It would significantly help us out because we have one garage only, and I can't even walk through the garage, and I'm tired of it. So I want to declutter and obviously have more space. Our family has grown, and it would help us also as far as like multiple cars being parked in the front. So I would really appreciate it if we would go through.
So this structure is supposed to be 2-story with the lower being garage and the upper being a dwelling unit?
Correct.
I guess my initial concern is the complete deviations that this requires. Have there been discussions about other proposed plans that don't require complete deviations?
So the first time this came to us was in 2024. So I can't really remember much of that conversation.
I don't believe so.
Well, I guess, do the stairs, for example, do they need to be outside of the building? And do they need that
I guess
size?
to be very transparent, that's how my husband designed the plan, but I mean, I could definitely touch base with him and see if we can do changes on the stairs. Would it be like, I guess, is it being required that they be inside in order for it to, I guess, go through?
They can be inside the structure or they can be moved. If you want to keep them outside, they would need to be moved to basically where it's not abutting like the neighbors, or the lot or the property behind. So-
Basically, the stairs are considered a part of the structure, so when the stairs go straight up to the property line, that's not far enough from the property line, and
Yeah.
the stairs being, so close to the shed is not far enough away from the shed. So if you were to have the stairs on the outside, but in a, instead
Like
of,
on the
I'm getting my
west side, I would say.
yeah, on the other side of the building, essentially, you wouldn't be away from the shed, on the other side from the shed, and not on the rear of it.
Okay.
You would be able to get rid of a lot of these variances.
Okay.
All,
So I could either move it to the other side or I could potentially remove the shed and I could put it on that side. Correct? Instead of the rear
That would solve
to the
one
property side.
variance.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
yes.
It's the rear one that's hurting you.
Okay.
You can,
Got
you
it.
can, based on where you have the shed, or based on where you have this building proposed, you could, if you move the stairs from where they are, you could move the building back towards the property line.
Okay.
But it has to be, foot and a half?
So for even though there is a garage attached to this, it has to follow the accessory dwelling unit standards.
Okay.
Because that's the more restrictive one, and it needs to be 5 feet away. So even if the stairs on the top are
Building
removed,
actually needs to move closer to the house.
Okay. Okay. I think that's doable, the 5 feet. And then I think we can probably move the stairs to that side of the shed and potentially maybe remove the shed or move it to the other side versus being on the property line.
It sounds like if you do those things, kind of sounds like you wouldn't
You
need a
may
variance
not need a variance.
of any kind.
Okay.
Yeah. We could maybe continue so she can draw up new plans.
Site
But
plan?
yeah, new site plan. Ideally, I mean, I think there's a way for you guys to get everything you want without any variances. You just have to move some things around.
Okay.
But it's hard to make any determination right now without seeing plans in front of us. So
Right.
I would suggest that we do a continuance. You can draw up new plans, send them to Stephanie. She can review, and we can go from whether we need variances or not, and
Mhm.
come back to us if you need to. And we can go from there. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
So you'd have to come back by January 28th or delay to March 11. You think you can get
Okay.
the plans in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, I can get that to you.
Otherwise, you'd have to wait till March 11.
Well, like
Okay.
like we've told the others, if
Yeah.
if you submit a site plan to city staff and it meets all of the measurement requirements, you don't have to come back before us. You can voluntarily dismiss it at that point.
Okay. All right.
So,
On
I would do.
on just to make sure I'm super clear on the case numbers because there's some confusion there. It's 24-176, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On case number CD-BZA 2024-00176, docket item 25, I move that we continue the case until our January 28th meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence. Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you on the 28th, if maybe not, but maybe so.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Docket item number 26. Just before I call this, I'll just note there are 3 cases that we've skipped that we'll
I
come back
agree.
to
I
after,
agree.
after number 27.
Yep.
Docket item number 26 is case CD BZA 2025-184, a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a garage visible from the street, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres generally located at 5007 Northeast 47th Terrace. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner on this case. If you are the property owner, you want to come on up to the center desk. Any member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no hands raised online.
Great. Mr. Hoffman, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Great. Good afternoon to you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do.
I do.
I don't, along with your name and address.
Yeah, I do. Ryan Hoffman, my address is 5228 Northeast 57th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64119.
Great.
57th?
57th. It's
Yeah. Different properties. You don't live at this property, correct?
no, not at the property I am currently seeking a variance on.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
You do have my permission.
Okay, so we have your permission and okay. Part of that is a presentation by the gentleman to your left, Connor Tom.
Okay, today we have docket 26, CD BZA 2025-184 at 5007 Northeast 47th Terrace. This is an R6 zoning district. The request is to obtain a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit an attached garage visible from the street for a manufactured home, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of, no, that is not the, yes it is, that's the general location of the site. I apologize. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. It is currently vacant. This is the site plan. It may be easier to see within your staff reports. And then these are the elevations along with that. So the variance is a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a garage visible from the street on the subject site per the submitted site plan. That is 100% change as the infill standards, you have to have at least 51% of the contest area that also has garages visible from the street. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as I previously stated, the contest area is below that 51% threshold of properties with an attached garage visible from the street. The difficulty could be obviated by redesigning the structure to have a side-loaded garage or a rear-loaded garage. However, this is a manufactured home, and design options may or may not be limited in that regard. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
All right. Board members, any questions of Mr. Tomlin? Mr. Hoffman, why should we grant your request today, sir?
So this street-facing garage will really not cause any harm to the street and the surrounding community. I think that having this new construction would only benefit kind of the curb appeal and the surrounding. It would increase the value of the kind of the lot in the surrounding area, and having to go back and revise this plan since it is a kind of prefabricated plan would require a lot more time, and I would be kind of financially in the hole by doing so because it is already finalized.
Sorry if I missed this, Connor. Did you have numbers on the number of garages in the context area?
Yeah, so under section A of the variance review criteria, it is at 33% of the context area. I don't have a map of the context area with it, it appears. But if I recall correctly, there was either 5 or 6 houses within the context area, which I'll remind does not include properties across the street.
And then I will add that looking at the properties, considering the properties across the street and just next door to me, next door has an attached front-loaded garage. And then across the street, just kind of catty corner, there are 3 houses in a row also with attached front-loaded garages. So when you consider those across the street, the percentage goes up, so.
And why, maybe I missed this, why does it need a garage that's visible?
So the plan itself comes with kind of limited orientations of the garage. So based on how the house is built, correct. The front-loaded orientation is the only one, to my knowledge, that is available.
This is, okay, because this is like a
A
manufactured
modular home.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. Looks like your neighboring houses have front entry garages.
Yeah, the house directly to my west does, and then to my east, I think it does have a front loaded. It's kind of offset from the anterior aspect.
Hi.
And there is a fence in front of it, but I believe it is also front loaded,
Mm-hmm.
not readily visible, if that makes sense.
Is the garage its own module or is it part of the?
It is kind of part of the whole package. So I'm no expert in housing construction, but to my knowledge, it all comes in one package. So
You just drop it down
on the foundation.
Yeah, this is prefab that it's being delivered. Okay. Because that's my question. Because sometimes these houses they literally just deliver all the materials for you and they give you a piece of paper and say good luck. Sometimes they deliver like an actual fully built. So this is a fully built being delivered.
Yeah. So again, I don't know the extent to which it is constructed when it comes on this carrier, but it is not a formal or conventional stick-built house. So that's what I can tell you.
Yeah.
Careful.
I think it's a big crane.
Yeah,
but-
it's a little bit, yeah. I believe you're correct.
All right.
There's the, I don't know, the general region has a ton of garages. Not all of them. The code has its definition of the context area. I live in the general region. This would not look out of place. It would look normal. I don't know.
Why this type of house on this property?
Yeah. So just for context, I kind of grew up in Kansas City, started my emergency medicine residency here, wanted to establish. So kind of looked around for houses and was not really pleased with the housing market and what I, was stumbling upon. So I had this idea, along with the help of my parents who were also present, to explore this modular build, and I just kind of saw it as a bang for the buck opportunity, a good investment for a starter home.
Fit in with everything.
Yeah.
The way it looks, like, is the way it look gonna fit in with the other houses?
Yeah, and I would say the houses are not all, it's not a homogeneous collection of houses. It's, you know, each house has kind of its perk, and I don't believe that this would stick out in a kind of an eyesore type of way. So
Is there currently a foundation already in
there's
place?
not currently a foundation, no.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a negative to the area at all. I really don't. I think I mean, in today's market, it's hard to find a starter house, and I think this is definitely where a lot of communities are going right now, just because
Does it just sit on slab?
literally sits on a slab. Yeah, they can be on a basement also. You can actually have it towards on a basement.
You can do slab or block or?
It's a 4-foot crawl space, and then the garage is on a slab.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm just familiar with them. I'm not an expert by any means, but
For throwing me under the bus earlier.
yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion. So you've already come before us. You already know how kind of this works. I would just recommend you make sure that all of your codes are being followed and all of your variances are in place before you lay anything down. You've been here today, so you've kind of heard how things go. Make a motion in 00184 that we grant the requested variance in accordance, I think it's the requested variance and any other necessary variances in accordance with the staff plan and staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. Second from someone?
Second?
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thanks
Yes.
for your time.
Coming in.
Docket item number 27 is case CD BZA 2025-201, a request to approve variances to the height of a fence and signage standards in an R7.5 zoning district on about 9.9 acres, generally located at 6200 East 58th Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. The applicant is online. I will to promote Christine Dreschler to panelist. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
Ms. Dreschler, there I see you. Microphone is on, right?
Yes, sir.
Good, that's great. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Christine Dreschler, 3745 Chestnut Avenue, KCMO 64128.
Thank you, Ms. Dreschler. There is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your approval to admit them?
Yes, sir.
Yes questions or yes to admit?
Yes, sir. You may admit. Thank you.
And no questions. Thank you.
No questions.
Part of that is a presentation by Alec on your case.
Okay, let me make sure I'm sharing this with everyone. So today we have docket item number 27, CD BZA 2025-201. It's at 6200 East 58th Street. And it's a request to approve variances to the height of a fence and signage standards in an R 7.5 zoning district. The site is located at 6200 East 58th Street in the Brown Estates Neighborhood Association. This is just an aerial image of the site on East 58th Street, heavily surrounded by trees and R80 zoning districts. Controlling and related case, this case actually has been before the Board of Zoning Adjustment before. It went through as a special use permit, which approved the use of this site for a cemetery for the St. Mary of Egypt Orthodox Church, which was approved on February 12th earlier this year by you all. The case in front of you though today is for just the gate of the entrance gate to the cemetery. So it's a fence height variance and a signage variance based on a residential signage standard. And then this would be the fence. It's just over 6 feet tall on the fence, and it's just about 16 feet tall from the base all the way to the top of the crucifix on top of the sign. This is a rendering of what the fence will look like, fairly standard for a cemetery. And then this is just an example of kind of what an inspiration for the current fence is supposed to be. This is just another Eastern Orthodox, Russian Orthodox cemetery gate.
How tall is that gate, do you know, sir?
I'm not sure how tall this one is, but the one that we are looking at today is about 16.
I
So,
see that.
so we'll go forward to our variances here. This is a variance of 10 feet to the standard to permit a 16-foot tall residential entrance sign on the subject site. The standard is 6 feet for a residential entrance sign. And typically, when you think of a residential entrance sign, it's just, for a subdivision, and it's a monument sign, or it's something that's just letting you know what the development is. But this is a cemetery, so it's a little bit different case. And as far as cemetery signs go, this is the closest we could find in our code to call it a residential entrance sign, since it's in a residential zoning district. So it's a 10-foot variance. It's a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The surrounding neighborhood is anticipating the cemetery at this location per the special use permit approval earlier this year, so the cemetery sign would not negatively impact the character of the neighborhood. And the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design to make the sign shorter to comply with the zoning code. However, this is the sign that is before you today. And then request B is the special exception portion for the gate being 6 feet 9 inches, 6 feet 9 3/4 inches tall, I think. So you're looking at a 33 1/4 inch variance or a special exception for the fence to be as tall as it is. Again, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated due to the anticipation of the cemetery being built here. It's not entirely out of the question that they would also have a gate at the cemetery with a somewhat ornate sign, considering it's also a religious cemetery or religiously affiliated. So difficulty could be obviated by a change of design to make the fence shorter to comply with the zoning and compliance code. So that all being said, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Have we previously approved anything similar to this?
As far as I know, I don't know if there having been a cemetery gate built in Kansas City in a very long time.
So we have to consider the whole size of the whole gate, even though the signy portion is 3 feet.
That was also my thought when I first reviewed this, but yeah, we do have to look at the whole gate. And it is a different circumstance considering the signage is 10 inches.
10 inches, that's nothing.
But
Well, if you include the crucifix and everything, it's 3 feet.
that is the thing, is that I don't know if we consider the crucifix part of the sign as well as the 2026, the establishment date part of the sign, because they're not necessarily advertising the cemetery. They're not really even necessarily advertising anything other than that they're religiously affiliated.
Okay. Oh, any other questions of staff? All right, Christine, tell us why we should approve this request today.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year. And thank you to the board members for sticking this long day out to get to the last docket of the day. Thank you also to Mr. Gustafson for his help in processing our application and his presentation. I serve as a volunteer project manager for the church, and thank you all for your support earlier with our special use permit. I'm excited to continue developing the project and As you may remember, we're striving to create a quiet, contemplative, prayerful space to preserve the green space and add beauty to the neighborhood. We started out with just a wild, overgrown thicket of honeysuckle, and I'm excited to report our progress and that the Missouri Department of Conservation recently visited the site. And they were also, after seeing the progress and the potential, are now partnering with us to help reestablish native grasses, wildflowers, and pollinator fields. So our gate and archway have been designed to accomplish the following. The signage is within the appropriate square footage requirement, but the height exceeds the standard in order to allow access of maintenance trucks as well as the excavator and burial equipment to open and close the graves. The gate will also provide safety and security to prevent unwanted vehicular traffic, and the slots do allow visibility through it. The gate and the arch will beautify the property and by extension, the neighborhood. The design was inspired and reflects traditional style commonly seen in historic cemeteries. And by choosing these materials in this design, we are proposing to make a significant financial investment and demonstrating our church's commitment to develop the property, not just for function, but also for beauty. And also, instead of opting for a cheaper design and material. It is compatible and will elevate the character of the neighborhood. And finally, this is a legacy project. We're striving to establish the Holy Resurrection Cemetery for generations to come and identify this place as a sacred and secure space invoking appropriate reverence. I'd also just like to mention that we showed this design to a number of neighbors, and they were able to email me letters of support, but due to the deadline being during New Year's week and that I was not aware that they needed to be notarized, although they were submitted by email, they could not be included in the report. So we hope that you'll agree that this is this would be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood, and we appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, board members, any questions of Miss Christine? Have you sold any plots, so to speak, for the cemetery yet?
Not yet, although I joke to some of my vendors that this project may drive me to an early grave and I might be the first candidate.
I think it looks beautiful. It's very cemetery-y. And I think it's probably a fluke of our code that does not consider a unique sign like this that is mostly a gate that just happens to have a sign on it.
Christine, is there another entrance to the cemetery besides this, perhaps for service work?
No, sir, not at this time.
Probably need the height.
So is the entire cemetery going to be gated with a 5-foot fence, I think, or?
At this point, so the ends of the gate are at 6 feet and the center is 82 inches. It kind of curves upward. The photo that we submitted was created by our designer just as a rendering. We don't have plans to include fence panels, primarily because it's so heavily wooded, there's really not easy access. So, and just because of the cost. So at this time, no, we have no plans for those side panels, although they do look nice, I admit.
And we have, as a board, approved taller fences on lots similar to this that are more rural in nature and very wooded and with the high transparency and whatnot.
Or what kind of properties?
These like rural type, like huge properties like
we
this.
just did one for a golf course, I know. Last month, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
Motions, anybody? Or
I'll make a
further
motion.
questions?
I'll make a motion on docket item, case number 201, docket item 28. I move that we.
It's the case number on your staff report is wrong.
Okay, yeah. Case number 201, docket item 27. I move that we approve the requested variances in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Aye.
Second, Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, yes. Your project is approved. Good luck with it, and thanks for coming before us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panel.
All right, board members, we have a few cases to possibly go back to.
The first one is docket item number 6. We have one phone number, so just in case, I'll remind people who are joining us to either raise your hand using the raise hand icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or press *9 if you're on a phone number. Docket item number 6 was case CD BZA 2025-196, 2333 Quincy Avenue. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than permitted on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.11 acres generally located at 2333 Quincy Avenue. Please raise your hand online. I don't believe we have the applicant present.
Okay.
You can either dismiss the case or continue it with fee to a future hearing.
Hear from Tomlin.
Yeah.
Yep, number 6, Connor. This is Quincy Avenue.
Quincy Avenue, yeah.
I have not received correspondence back yet, so
When's the last time you talked to him?
last time I talked to him, couldn't tell you off the top of my head a date.
This will be the first continuance, so I'm not concerned.
This is
about
this is the
one.
first time it's on the docket.
Right, that's what I mean.
Okay.
So, you want to move them to the 28th or February?
March.
Well, I won't,
Oh,
it
'cause
doesn't matter.
we don't need to.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it
So
doesn't need-
February 28th.
Sure. why not?
Mr. Chair,
February something.
I'll do 28th.
Okay.
January or February?
January.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we on case 196, docket item 6, we continue the case until our January 28th meeting.
Great. I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
That would be with fee.
Oh, with fee.
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
The
Next.
next case we skipped was docket item number 10, case CD BZA 2025-172. A request to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned pole sign at the subject site on about 1.2 acres generally located at 4531 Troost Avenue. You are the applicant. Okay, Joshua Kim, I will promote to panelist. Any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Mr. Kim, if you'd turn on your microphone and camera so you can be sworn in.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, Mr. Kim.
Okay. Hi.
1 second here. I gotta get caught up. I'm almost there. Any other hands raised?
There are no other hands raised online.
Mr. Kim, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. My name is Joshua Kim and address is 4531 Churros Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri 64110.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 11. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Yeah, I don't have any question at the moment, so yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, those are admitted per your request, and part of that is a presentation by Anna on your case.
Okay, thank you. As previously mentioned, this is case CD BZA 2025-172, and the applicant is seeking to appeal a zoning violation related to an abandoned sign. So the property in question is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. More specifically, it is located along Troost Avenue. If anyone is familiar with this area, everyone would remember that this was formerly a CVS on the subject site, which is no longer located within this structure, but a new business, the beauty spot, is within the structure. And this is a look of the property from Google Street View. This is from May of 2024. Midtown has lots of nice big green trees, so there is a nice big green tree blocking the entryway of the building, but it is behind that big tree. This was the best viewpoint that I could get to show the sign in question, which is to the right. As well as you can see some banner flags, which is not subject to this notice of violation, and the cars in the parking lot, which I point out to show that the property is in use and that there is a business within the structure at this date of time in May of 2024. So there's a business within this location and the subject sign is blank. And that was from Google Street View. So this is another look at the sign in question from August of 2025, still blank. There is a look at the business in question from within the parking lot. You can see the wall sign that is on the property right now. This is a permitted sign, the wall sign, for the business. So they have obtained a sign permit for that sign to identify the business that is active on the site, which is great. However, the other sign on the property remains blank. And this is another look of the photo from October of 2025. And then another follow-up inspection from December of 2025 of this year, closer to when the case was originally supposed to be heard. So again, to go over some timeline things, that the wall sign for the new business within this structure was approved in 2024. Google Street View backs up that fact that the business was open in 2024. They received their first notice of violation for the abandoned pole type sign on the subject property in July of this year. And then the order to abate and remove the sign followed in September of the same year. You may be wondering why there's such a long period of time in between the original notice and this particular hearing. Well, there were several incorrectly filed appeal applications that weren't the correct case type for this particular request. So we've been trying to work with the property owner to get the correct case filed. So since they've been working with us on that correct submission, that's why you can see that this is so late from that original order to abate. And then you can just see here some of my correspondence through Compass Casey of attempting them to get into the right direction. But through this entire time of working with the applicant on trying to file the correct application for the appeal, the sign as of today is still blank. And a reminder about the code. So per 88-445-15-6C, on-site commercial signs will be deemed abandoned if they're blank or advertising a business that is no longer operating on the subject property. Once they're deemed abandoned, notice is given. They're ordered to remove within 30 days. So there's the business for the beauty spot on the site. They've received other, sign permits for applicable signs on the property. This sign has remained blank for an extended period of time. It's been deemed abandoned, and here we are today. As I conclude, pole signs, they're no longer a permitted sign type within the Zoning and Development Code. Since this pole sign has been blank for a considerable amount of time, it has been deemed abandoned. Once it's deemed abandoned, it must be removed. And the review criteria associated with an appeal case is that an appeal may be sustained only if the board finds that the administrative official has erred. So we've got the photo evidence that proves that the sign has been blank for a considerable amount of time, the sign permit history to show that correct signs have been obtained for the property and the business has been in use for this amount of time. And the code interpretation from 88445 indicates that the zoning and development code was applied correctly to the property. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Who is the actual owner?
That is unclear, but an appeal does not have to be filed by the property owner. It can be filed by anyone.
And so the initial appeal paperwork, while incorrect, was filed
Correct.
within the time period.
Correct.
So your question for us is just whether or not to hear the appeal.
No,
Or-
this one is you judge the merits of the case, whether or not the notices of violation should be upheld or not.
Okay.
See, and so, you have a picture in your report that Anna says that it was blank in November of 24 or
Correct. It's been blank since at least May of 2024.
May of
I'm not
2024.
exactly sure when CVS departed,
It's
but
been blank since May, according to your pictures and
Yes.
Google or whatever, May of 2024. And I'll ask Mr. Kim, but when did they move in, or do we know?
if I would assume, since the wall sign was also approved in mid 2024, that the business also in operation in 2024.
So it's been blank for a long time since they've been in there. Okay.
Since CVS left, probably. And the two invoices that you attached to the staff report, one of them looks like, and maybe I can ask the applicant, but the one invoice looks like it's for the actual payment of the sign, and then the second one is for the installation of the sign.
It's probably best to ask the applicant.
Oh, it's not.
Any other questions of Anna Haneski? Okay. Mr. Kim,
Yes.
tell us about your side of the case, so to speak.
Okay, so to be honest, we did have a wall sign, but then when we inquire about the street sign, it was quite pricey, and then like we barely opened up like year ago. It's gonna be second year, so we still try to recover from all the financial struggle. And then when we inquired the price of the sign, it was quite pricey to be a street sign. So we had to hold until, make some more money. And then when we inquire again, it was quite pricey. So we were seeking for like a cheaper option than what our vendor originally told us. So we're like, going back and forth with our sign vendor. That was last year. And then also we did receive the violation notice, and then I was like actually in a contact with the person who, originally contacted me about the violation. So I was trying to we're trying to make everything on time, but then, end up, going like, what was it? One of the holiday was in, in between the time. So our vendor was out of, their office for, a week or so. So we couldn't get contact of them. And then when they come back, I was told that they're one of the contracted like installer had a breakdown on their crane truck. So we had no choice but wait for them to come back and tell me the car has been fixed, because we did not have any other source to install those in a time. And then by that time, were told by city that, we're in a violation, and then, they determined that it was a deemed abandoned. So I was told that, cannot install any sign by the time our vendor was telling me that, okay, our, trucks are fixed. That's why you see pictures from probably December of 2025 still, blank.
All right, so Mr. Kim, you moved in the building in summer of 2024, right?
Right about the time, yes.
Yes.
I think May or June, something like that.
Sure. So from May or June of 2024 till the summer of 2025, you had no signage on that pole sign where CVS used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's you said by your own testimony, I just confirming that.
Yeah, we didn't have enough
You didn't have
funds
the funds,
to
yes.
work.
No,
Yeah,
I know signs are expensive, sir. I get that.
yeah.
And then when you got the notice in September, early September, then I see you scrambling with your sign company a week or two after that to get estimates on putting up the sign. Is that
Mhm.
your understanding?
Yeah, something like that. So like we've been going back and forth with the,
Yeah.
right pricing and the right options, because if we were trying to do the same thing as the CVS had, it would be way more expensive than what we spend now.
Right. What I'm getting at is your finances were not great, and I understand starting a business is tough, but our hands are kind of tied because you have abandoned the sign from May of 2024 till early September of 2025. That's a little bit over a year and a couple months. So I feel like the city is doing the right thing, and there's not really much grounds for appeal. Now, I'm just one board member, but that's the way I see this.
Mr.
I mean,
Kim,
yeah, go
do you
ahead.
own the building?
No, CVS owns the building and we're doing the subleasing. No, so CVS must
CVS
not own the building.
Is CVS up to date on what's going on with the pole sign?
I'm sorry?
Is CVS aware of what is going on with the pole sign?
No, I don't think so. They're one of the companies really hard to get hold of. So we've tried contact them with the different matters, but it's really hard to contact them.
To clarify, is CVS your landlord?
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes, CVS is my landlord.
Okay.
This goes back to my comment earlier, though, of
A little different,
it's
Mr. Kim, in your lease that you have, who is responsible for maintaining that sign? Is it you or is it the property owner?
I'm not really sure, but we're basically subleasing from the CVS, and I believe CVS has a original lease with the building owners. I'm not sure exactly who's the building owner is at the moment. I'll have to do the research on that.
Someone owns the dirt.
CVS does.
CVS owns the dirt. Okay.
They don't own a lot of their locations, but they do own this.
Yeah.
Was CVS notified about this?
The property owner would have received mailed notice about it.
By letter at the address on file. Yeah, I mean, just like with any of these pole sign cases,
Mr. Kim, is the sign that you were going to put up, is that sign ready? Is it completed?
Yeah, so project is ready, and then we were waiting for it to be installed. But then, as I mentioned earlier, the vendor told us that his contractor's truck was messed up, so they couldn't, install
Okay.
it last year.
And the reason why there's no sign still today is because you told the contractor not to put up the sign because you were told by the city that it was no longer valid, I guess.
Yes. So I'm waiting to get a clearance so that we
Okay.
can install it, hopefully.
But based on what you're testifying to today, if the contractor had not had a breakdown in his truck, your sign would have been in place within the 30 days that you were told to remediate the issue?
It will be in, I would say it's somewhat close. Like we're probably able to work within the time.
But the remediation as defined in the notice of violation and the ordinance would be defined as removal of the sign. So putting up a sign that advertises the business would not be proper remediation in this case. Which is tough, and I understand is very frustrating for property owners that they don't get a ton of opportunity to keep their sign after they've gotten the notice. But we've had a number of these pole sign cases, and the law as it's written is that as soon as staff sends out that notice of determination, it's got to come down. And I don't see how they misinterpreted the code here, which is the review criteria we're supposed to determine appeal cases based on.
You're 100% right. I might disagree with how it's written, but it's written the way that it is, and that's what we have to go by, so.
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Ventura.
To be consistent with our other rulings and other similar cases, I would move to deny the request for appeal on matter number 00172, docket number 10.
A motion from Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Hayes.
Gorence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Nay.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Sign's got to come down, sir.
So even though I'm ready, like everything I already paid for the signs and it's just waiting to be installed.
You're too late.
Unfortunately, that's the case.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case.
Mr. Kim, you probably want to get in contact with your landlord.
Okay.
All right. Sarah?
Our next case is docket item number 14. BDBZA 2025-174, a request to approve a variance to required setbacks to allow for a garage expansion on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 3/10 of an acre, generally located at 10 Morningside Drive.
Mr. Castrop, you're back before us.
I am. Nice to see you all. Thank
Just
you.
going, even though you've been sworn in earlier, just to keep the spirit of the case going, swear you in one more time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the court reporter.
My name is Chris Castrop of Castrop Design Group. My address is 4318 West 54th Street, Roland Park, Kansas 66205.
Thank you very much, sir.
Before you go on, I'll just see, we have 3 people online. If there are anyone who would like to speak on this case, if you'd please raise your hand online. Doesn't look like it.
That's our last case of the day almost.
I would like to state one thing. I'm sorry for my screw up earlier
It's
today, so I
okay.
apologize.
Don't worry
So
about
thank you all for understanding.
So list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, and may I admit them?
Yes, you may admit them.
Great. And let's see here. All right. And Connor, we're good on the affidavit?
Yes, I have it. I can bring it around if you need me to. Otherwise, I'll upload it after today's hearing.
That'll be great. All right, so exhibits are admitted. Connor, please tell us about the case.
All right, today we have docket 14 CD BZA 2025-174 at 10 Morningside Drive. This is an R6 zoning district. The variance request is to the platted setbacks to permit new additions to the home plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. A closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan. It may be a little easier to zoom in on your staff report. It should be on the lower right-hand corner of the page with the site plan. You'll see here the dotted lines, or dashed lines rather, is the platted setback at, it appears, 30 feet. This is the elevation. Just another look at the elevation from the left and right. This is a screenshot from Google Street View of the current extent of the home. To clarify what's being proposed here is you'll see that the driveway slopes down into the garage. What's being proposed is that that be brought to a level grade and the garage will be expanded off that portion of the home that is even with the grade. This was sent to me this morning. I'll allow Chris to speak more on it here in just a moment, but appears they have planted trees where some of that expansion is to occur. A variance of 9.4 feet to the platted setback to permit a building setback of 20.6 feet on the subject site per the submitted site plan. That is a 31.33% change, as the platted setback requirement is 30 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as properties within this neighborhood appear to be compliant with the platted setback requirements per parcel viewer analysis. Though the difficulty could not be obviated through a change of design, as the applicant's proposal would require expansion into the platted setback as proposed. A shorter garage could be a possible solution, though this could potentially impact the ability to fit a vehicle within, depending on the type of vehicle. Further notes can be found within the variance review criteria of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Tomlin? O'Connor, there's not really a site plan. Oh yeah, there is a site plan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so in the staff report on the page with the site plan, there'll be a larger one, and then in the lower right-hand corner is the one that you'll want to look at, where the additions are noted and bolded.
Weird lot.
So Mr. Castro, you're kind of expanding the house a little bit and the garage. Is that kind of what I said?
That is correct. We're expanding the kitchen from a galley style to more of a conventional style kitchen. And then with that, we're growing the garage. We're adding the garage to it, a main level garage.
2-car, 3-car?
2-car. And then there's an area joined next to the pantry area, which would be for kids' bikes, lawnmower, trash receptacles, things like that. So.
Right. Board members? Any neighbor opposition? Did you hear, Mr. Castro?
No, we've not. In fact, I talked to Miss Allow, and she told me that the neighbors to the northwest, the immediate neighbors, right now, there's no one living there, but apparently it's in transition. I guess the house has been sold and someone will be moving in, but have not heard a single word from any other neighbors.
Interesting, given the neighborhood that this is in.
Yeah, I thought
A lot of times there's neighborhood opposition or concern, questions, but.
Yes. I do know that the Laos did talk to the neighbors across the street and whatnot, and then did not receive any opposition.
Is there an HOA or a neighborhood association?
I don't believe so, but I cannot confirm that for sure, sir. At least there's been no discussion whatsoever with the Laos, and I asked them to reach out to HOA, and they said we don't have one currently.
On the cover page of the staff report, this is per parcel viewer information that we have available. It shows the Morningside Neighborhood Association and Southtown Council Homes Association, though I don't know what their activity level would be.
Well, and they understand how close they are moving their house to the street
Yes, they realize that.
and the implications that come with that.
Yes.
They're not not gonna come back later asking for a big fence?
No. No, that's why they got the the evergreens up against the northwest part of the property. They don't want any more fences. They did put a fence up for a playground area, which is to the south and east of the house, but it's only a 4-foot fence for the kids. Their kids are all under the age of 7. So, there's 3 kids that they're dealing with.
Let's say raising.
They're raising, I'm sorry, that's more appropriate.
You may be correct.
I'm a father of 5, so I should say better than that.
Castrop, you're fine. All right, board members.
I have a motion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ventura. It's been so long.
That's what I'm here for. In the matter of 00174, docket number 14, I move that we approve the requested variance and all other required variances in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Perfect. I have a motion by Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Meyer.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Tell the Lowe's they're good to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for
Tom.
coming back.
Sorry for all the trouble.
All right.
We've reached the end of the docket.
We've reached the end of the docket.
Whoa.
There's no other business.
Fourth through third.
We're adjourned. Thank you, board members, for a nice meeting that we went through the whole docket.
What's your sign, Michael?